Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. Oh man, my red shirt's always showing out underneath my. See, like I'm a red shirt from Star Trek, always showing out from underneath my other shirt. I'm trying to be invisible. So today we're gonna start Nightmare. But before we start Nightmare, we're probably going to do a little bit of normal farming first before we go into Nightmare. I want to farm normal Diablo for a little while. The reason is because our gear is garbage right now. We have got some garbage level equipment. I don't really want to go into Nightmare difficulty with this. I mean, most of my equipment, if not all of it, is pretty bad. And I feel like a little bit of Diablo farming couldn't do us wrong. So, we shall see. What's up, Irene? What's up, Jim Bob? Jim Bob. Roll him over, Jim Bob. Let's see what Diablo's going to give us. Maybe he'll give us something good. Maybe he won't. Let's get our Mercenary running. Oops, that was not what I meant to do. I guess we just grab our Merc here. Not big of a deal.
Afternoon.
What's up, Dino Dills? What's up, Sang? So today's poll is between Freezing Arrow and Exploding Arrow. You guys got to decide which one's the best. You guys got to decide. Ow, that hurt. See what I mean? I'm not sure if I'm ready for Nightmare difficulty with how weak I am. I'm weak as a baby kitten. A kitten. A baby kitten. A papa kitten. A baby kitten. Immolation Arrow doesn't deserve to be on that list, sir. Don't even mention that name. Don't even mention the name Immolation Arrow in the presence of such godhood. In the presence of godhood. Well, damage-wise, I'm certainly no slouch. Let me make sure I'm on P8. Sometimes I forget and I do other things and change some stuff and don't remember. Yeah, I'm on P8 still. Okay. Speaking of, we need a little bit of doojags in the background here. I totally forgot.
I need mana.
I need some arrows. Let's go grab some arrows. Pick up some more potions while we're at it. And also, let's hop into Discord so we can get some voice chat running, just in case anybody wants to chat. And also, let's pop a little music up. How about that? A little bit of lo-fi beats. Marked playlist. I'll take a look at that another day.
Hail to you, champion.
What do you need?
Ah, the fight with the arrows. Never have enough arrows. A gem. An Eth rune. Take all that mana pots. I need as many mana pots as I can get.
I can't carry.
Oh, you know what we can do also? We can do cows. I forgot to do cows. We can go run cows. I haven't killed the Cow King yet.
I can't.
Hey, look, Omac, another flawed emerald. Look at that. Almost as if they drop like candy. Flawed emeralds everywhere. Flawed emeralds in your hair. Oh, flawed emeralds on the floor. Look at all the flawed emeralds on the door. They look like candy, and that's okay. But do not eat them. That is totally not okay. Don't eat the emeralds. They're not green apple flavored. And don't eat the emeralds. They're not tasty. They will poop out of you, and then they will kill you, 'cause the emerald will take your intestines with it. So don't eat the emeralds no matter how much you want to eat them, 'cause they look like candy. I think I forgot to change the, I did forget to change the Dujank on the other side. On Twitch, I forgot to change the title. There we go, updated. Oh god. Man, if I wasn't a freezing arrows on, I would have been dead right there. That was death. That's what that was.
I am overburdened.
I wonder if I should check that pole axe. See what kind of stats it has on it. 12% life leech, attack rating, poison damage. I don't know if that's necessarily better than my 26 to 62. I have 6% life leech, this is only 4. DR on this is pretty bad. I think we'll keep the one we're using. Oh, I never did get my bow from Anya. We can go talk to Anya too. Get our bow. See the monster dog? The monster dog? The dog of the monster? Does the monster dog want a jeep? Does the monster dog want a jeep? Going to do the shark for the jeep? Going to do the shark? Say sharky, sharky, sharky. Sharky, 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 shark. Kuba said, yes, I do shark. It's good at shark. Sabi's Kuba shark doo 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 doo. Kuba shark doo 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 doo. Kuba shark is that is me. I'm a Kuba shark. Anything for a snack. Him's be the goodest boy in the world if you got food. Him's the goodest. Him's the gooderest, test, best, arrest, test. Because if he's not, he won't get no food. And he knows it. He's like, oh no, I gotta be the good arrester, best boy. Oh no, if I'm not the good arrester, bester, then I don't get no food. Oh no. Oh no. Not a good arrester, best arrester. That's right, the good arrester, best arrester. Best arrestist. I'm running out of room. I don't got enough room. What's up, Mark? Ooh, wow, it's worth 20k. Not bad. Let's go sell that in Act 5.
Not even death can save you from me.
Alright, Silveraku. Not even death can save you from me. So he says. I'm gonna die right now just to disprove it. Boobus, what are you crying for? Why he's a crybaby? Don't be a crybaby. That's not good. Don't do that. Don't be a crybaby. He said, why not? Into if I want to. You can't tell me not to be one. I'll stare into your soul. How about that? You gonna eat that sandwich on the table over there? He said, you gonna eat that sandwich? I got a turkey sandwich sitting on the table over here. He's pretty sad. He's pretty upset about it that I'm not eating it right now. Like this second. Like he doesn't understand why I'm not gobbling this sandwich down. I should be gobbling the sandwich down. It's breaking his brain. He doesn't understand why I have not just gobbled the sandwich down in 2 seconds. As he would do. He would gobble the sandwich down in 2 seconds. That's how he treats sandwiches. So he's upset that I'm not gobbling the sandwich down in 2 seconds. And that also I'm not giving it to him. That's also a part of it. He's like, you're not giving me the sandwich and you're not gobbling it down in 2 seconds. What is wrong with you? You demon. You demon, evil demonite. You demon monster creature thing. It's like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? And then he slobbers all over my arm. As payback. Many slobbers. Many slobboos. Many indeed. He's not shy about the slobbers. He is not shy. He is not shy at all. You're getting nerve. Please clean one more slot in your inventory. I'm working on it. We're getting there. We're cleaning. I'm cleaning. Does this not amuse you? Is this not what you guys want to see? Me organizing my inventory and making it all pretty? That's what you guys want, right? You guys want to see me organizing my inventory and making it pretty. I know. I know that's what you want. I know that's what you want, what you really, really want. You wanna see me clean my inventory all day. You love it. It's your favorite thing. Oh, well, I'm glad I could be of help. Ralbertonism. Cody said, Cody. Now, he said, don't roar me. I'm gonna leave these flawlesses for now, in case I come across a gem shrine or something that'll help me a long way. It's nice to have the flawlesses when I need them to upgrade them with the gem shrine. So I don't want to shoot myself in the foot with that and completely remove all the flawlesses from existence. All right. Womp womp. Slobber equal more love. You know what also equals love? A bite of a turkey sandwich.
I am overburdened.
Can't remember if this one's worth money or not.
What do you need?
No, it's not. Because it's +1 skills, not +1 to a specific skill. Can never remember that one, whether that one is actually worth anything or not. Let's go see if my mercenary can take fighting Diablo now. He's level frickin' 40. Should be able to take on regular Diablo. No, he's doing pretty good, actually. Kind of surprised. He's probably going to die, but he's doing pretty good. Let's see if I can get a couple more potions. Maybe he'll survive. If I can feed him a couple potions, he actually might, he might be alright. And then he immediately died. Okay, never mind. He did. Alright, we got a bunch of crap, really. I don't know. Check the ring mail. Pretty garbage. Short warbow is probably garbage, too. Let's check it, though. Yeah, pretty bad. Tank Rids is pretty bad. Not even picking it up. Pretty much all of it's pretty terrible. Go kill the Cow King real quick, though. Because we have access to the cow portal in Act 1, and we can go kill the Cow King and make him stun. The Cow King likes to drop set items all the time, so I will kill him while I sing a freaking rhyme. Oh, Cow King, why don't you come back here? I will buy you a freaking beer. A freaking fracking beer, haha. Boom. What's up, Grizzy? I always like killing a champion pack in the center. It makes me feel like a god. My power is immense.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
Oh, do I already have the leg? I must already have the leg. It's probably sitting in my stash. Didn't even need to come over here.
Greetings.
I probably saved it from the first time I was here.
Not in town.
Good day.
Yep, there it is. Alright, Cow King, your time is up. What a glorious cow killer this character is. Hey look, another Cleglaw shield. You shouldn't have. Cody, why are you such a grumbly butt today? Why are you so grumbly? You got the grumbles. You got the epic grumbles going on. Grumbly bumbly. Why are you a grumbly bumbly boy? You know, I can't talk to you if you don't talk back. Alright? If I say something, you gotta talk back. You gotta be like, I say hello, you say hi. I say you're a butt face, you say you're a butt face. But you don't say nothing. You don't say nothing at all. It's really weird. How am I supposed to talk to you if you don't talk back? You gotta talk back to me. You gotta say hums low. You gotta say chocolate waffles. You gotta say Taco Bell. You gotta say turtle farts. You gotta say alligator. Where's your alligator? Turtle farts. Watching my videos for the last couple days and started a solo cell phone run for single player a couple days ago. Ah, nice Pinto Burrito. Hope you're having fun with your solo cell phone run. They're always different. They're always unique. Some of them are painful. Some of them are painfully unique. Ubis is in the Shadow Realm. Banished. Banished to the Shadow Realm. Poor Boobus.
Not enough mana.
Poor Boobus the Banished. Ooh, a Thule rune. I like Thule runes. Some Thulies. You stop eyeballing my turkum sandwich, okay? Will you stop eyeballing my turkum sandwich? That's not your turkum sandwich. That's my turkum sandwich. Thank you. Don't be eyeballing another man's turkum sandwich, okay? You be eyeballing another man's turkum sandwich, you gonna get beat up. I'm talking to you, Mr. Eyeballer.
Not enough mana.
Mr. Scoobum the eyeballums. He said that's the mighty fine turkum sandwich you got there. It would be a shame if somebody were to eat it. A mighty fine turkum sandwich you got there. Mighty fine indeed. goes, would you maybe want me to eat that turkey sandwich? He goes, because I will totally eat the turkey sandwich for you. I mean, if you're not going to eat it, it's just going to go to waste. And, you know, turkey sandwiches for me. I really do enjoy a good turkey sandwich. It's got to be torture for him to see the sandwich there, but no, he can't have it. Streamer says turtle farts. That's right. Turtle farts. Ooh, a soul rune. That's an insight right there, boys. A Siverb's cudgel. A Siverb's cajole. A Siverb's cajole. Lupus, you are dedicated to wiping slobber on me today, ain't you? I got so much slobber on me already, I think I should just get a towel. That's why I'm talking to you, Kubus, the monster dog, Mr. Kubums, Mr. Kubite, Kubalooba looba booba looba dooba looba booba looba looba monster dog.
What you need?
What kind of dog you got? I don't know, the monster type. He said that's not a dog. It is. It's a monster dog. That's some Kubus right there. Kubus. Kubus likes some chips. He does like a good chip. I said, I'll take a chip. Look, his eyes get real big. Look, hey, you want this? You want this? You want a good? Ooh, look at that. Wind Force is pretty much the best physical damage bow, yeah. In combination with Faith bow, it's like a. I think Faith wins out against Wind Force in a straight head-to-head battle. But Wind Force beats Faith Bow. If you put the Faith Bow on your Mercenary, you get the benefit of the Fanaticism aura from the Mercenary, while also getting the benefit of the high physical damage of the Wind Force, which means that the Wind Force ends up winning in that scenario, like in a versus head-to-head contest with the Faith on the Merc. However, from what I understand, if it's head-to-head, like, you know, toe-to-toe, and you're not considering you just using one or the other to beef up the other, Wind Force loses to Faith Bow. But that's only in the situation where you don't have the Faith Bow on your Merc, so it's kind of odd. Wind Force is still a really high damage unique item. It also has the nice mana leech on it too, which is certainly not bad. So much slobums. So much slobums. Alright, we need a base. So let's look up really quickly what kind of bases we've got. Boom, 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 boom. We need a full socket base. It'd be nice if it was elite, but we can't do nothing about it. Alright, so the Great Bow is 4 sockets guaranteed, but that doesn't drop until much later. The Double Bow is 4 sockets guaranteed. We really want something very fast, so like Razor Bow, Double Bow. Also the class-specific Amazon bows. So, in normal difficulty, we've got... where is it? It's the stag bow and the reflex bow, which are both kind of crappy, to be honest. The nightmare versions, however, are the ashwood bow and the ceremonial bow, which are both really interesting. I mean, honestly, whatever we get from the cow level, we could look around, see if we get a nice 4-socket bow. Getting an insight at this level would be a pretty big boon to our character. And obviously help us tremendously with our horrible mana issues, which we currently have. So we will keep an eye out for any kind of bows which might be useful for an insight. I believe there was a long battle bow that dropped over here. Let's check that. 1 socket. No good.
I am overburdened.
Ooh, an Amrune. Nice. That's a good find. A Dole Rune? Not bad. Certainly ain't complaining.
I can't carry anymore.
What's up, Hyperion? William, Chad, how's it going? Welcome to the fun today. Let's see how far we can get. I'm already shattering everything into 1,000 pieces. It's wonderful. Boobus. You come over here to rub your slobber on me. What do you want? You want another chipums? Want another chipums? This chipums is spicy. It's gonna burn your butt. So I don't care. Give it to me. It's I don't care how small. I'm gonna eat it. Give me the gimme then. Gimme the 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 gimme. Gimme the 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 It's a gim. So you going gim? Gim. Gim. It's a gimme, 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 gimme. The gimme, 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 all them doojanks, all of them doojanks, gimme, gimme, gimme. Look at that ethereal Polex. Ooh, what is that doojank? It's just ethereal. An ethereal poleaxe. I'd have to roll it. I don't even know if I have the runes to roll it at this particular point in time. I mean, I could check. Somebody type in exclamation point socket weapon for me. Boobus. I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Overburdened.
Cry me a big old river. Perfect amethyst. I could do that. I just got the am rune too, so I can roll it. All right. Well, let's do it then. I guess I need to create the perfect amethyst first. Or do I want to save that for something else?
I can't carry anymore.
You know what? Let's hold on to it for now. Just for now. Let's hold on to it. We have the runes to do it. We have an Am rune, we have a Ral rune, we have a perfect amethyst. But we also only have one Am rune, we also only have one perfect amethyst. And then we may find something else that we might want to roll for sockets, like a bow, for instance. So let's hold off for right now. And we'll see. Let me go pick up some more potions real quick. I like having my mana pots so I can kill stuff. That's why we need the insight, by the way, so we don't have to worry about potions. Well, we'll still have to worry about potions, but it won't be as bad. It won't be anywhere near as bad.
What do you need?
Alright, so I'll use 2 things. Got a little bit of money for the damn doom things. Mr. Boobus. Mr. Maystar Boobus. Calm your tits.
Good afternoon.
I'll fight you. You won't get fought. I fight dogs. I fight cats too, and squirrels, and chinchillas. Mm-hmm. Look at that drool hanging from your lip, like you ain't got food in your bowl. You just want my turkey sandwich, and you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get my turkey sandwich. Oh, the level of the meditation doesn't matter, brave enough. It really doesn't. People get too hung up on that. The percentage on the insight is worthless. It doesn't even really matter all that much. It's like a couple percentage here or there, and the couple percentage that you get from the higher level insight doesn't really do anything. A lot of people just don't know how mana regeneration works, and they get hung up on, oh my god, I got a 17 insight, and then they don't realize that the 17 insight means nothing unless they actually know how mana regeneration works. You can have a 12 insight and do better than somebody that has a 17 if you know how the mana regeneration works. I am. I'm going to roll one on a bow. I'm just looking for a halfway decent base. I can always replace it later with a better one.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
I am overburdened.
I'm hoping that these guys drop me a stag bow. That's what I'm trying to get. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna drop me, but if I can get a stag bow in the cow level, then I can potentially run that to the socket quest. Put 4 sockets in it. So far though, nothing's really fallen, so I mean, I could use that long battle bow. It's not a bad choice. No plus the skills on it though, which is unfortunate. But I mean, this long battle bow would get 4 sockets if I brought it over to the Larzik. Superior edge bow. I believe edge bows are only capable of 3 sockets max ever. So that is not an option. However, a 3-socket superior edge bow could make a very interesting, well, edge rune word.
I am overburdened.
Edge just doesn't really have any damage on it, unfortunately. It's just not really a good bow. I mean, it does have prevent monster heal, which is certainly not bad. There's also the Thorns aura, which is nice. I mean, I'm gonna need one anyway for vendor discount. So I guess I'll bring that one back and I'll keep it. We could make an edge bow in there at some point. I'm not sure if I'm gonna rush it or anything though. Alright. So nothing really good in this one. Let's go ahead and hop out of here. Let's go do one more time. Let's go get another leg. Let's take this edge bow option. Throw that in here for now. I don't need you anymore. Let's take another jaunt. There's another jaunty alouette through the cow level. Jaunty witsa, jaunty alouette, jaunty witsa, jaunty alouette. Let's go murder the poor innocent champions in the center.
I need mana.
Afternoon.
Yeah, paladin shields are pretty OP. I get what you're saying. When you start looking at regular shields, non-paladin shields, you're like, these things suck. Why are these things all so bad? Only for me, Omak. Well, here you go. Have a flawed emerald. Oh wait, I don't have a flawed emerald today. Oh man, somebody must have eaten them all. Because they look like candy. Wow, bunch of junk from the Cow King again. I mean, a bunch of crap. Oh, there's an amethyst. Beep. Odie the cry, baby. Zods are worth an Istrun? That's terrible. Found an Eth Astrions. 4 combat, 50 damage. Yeah, it's a pretty dang sweet one. I mean, the grief number is a little low, but I mean that really doesn't matter too terribly much. You still got an ethereal one, which is kind of nuts, right? Yeah. Of course, you'd want to use that for Zealing or something like that. But 4 combat skills, it could even be used on the North Star Smiter. It doesn't necessarily have to be ethereal, though, for the North Star Smiter. That's the whole thing. I just put a Zod rune in mine because I didn't want to have it break all the time.
It's locked.
But yeah, definitely worth a Zod rune. I mean, well, that's a Zod. That's a Zodded up.
I need a key.
Boobus the monster dog. Why are you to be so cry? Be cry. As a boob-ass monster dog. He cries all the time. He doesn't get the turkey sandwich, so he mad. Said, why don't you give me that whole sandwich, please? If you don't, I gon' be mad at you again. You mean to me, and I do not know why. You do not give me sandwiches all day, I don't know why. You give me dry kibble, and that's not what I want. I want the snacks you got, the things you eat in secret behind my back that I know you ate, cause I got a nose that I can smell all the things that you done eat.
I need a key.
A bone wand. Poleaxe, not ethereal. A diamondo.
I need a key.
Oh wow, 14 max damage, Jewel of Carnage.
I need a key. I need mana.
Aaron shields, all sorts of doojags I don't need. Why they gotta do this to me?
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Cody's had enough of my crap today.
Not enough mana. I can't carry anymore. I can't.
I'm messing with Cody. He's gonna get mad at me eventually and he's gonna come up here and fight me. That's what he usually does anyway. Oh, wow, plus 3 mana after each kill. That's not bad. Uh-huh. That's the boo bus. Cody. Do you gotta go? Peppadoodles. So you gotta go Peppadoodles. It's so loud. Cody, stop. Stop. We're gonna go, okay? Stop barking. That's rude to do that. And plus, you're not getting my turkey sandwich. No, this is my turkey sandwich. You're not getting it. No. All right, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take Cody out to go Peppadoodles real quick. As you can clearly hear, he is being very demanding. Tubus the monster dog, man. God dang. We go outside. My girlfriend's got some wet cat food out there for the cats. Oh my god, the wet cat food has drawn his attention. He now no longer has to go to the bathroom. He now no longer has to do anything. His whole mind and body and focus and everything is on this wet cat food. And he just will not do anything except for try and steal the wet cat food. Even after I shoo him away from the wet cat food like 3 or 4 times, he's still over there like reaching his nose out trying to like breathe in the cat food if he possibly can. Just trying to breathe it in. Food. Do you have it set up to make the horn noise every time you join the channel, Chunks? I got a Thul ring. Fancy Thul ring. Alright. Keys. Back into the cow. We already cleared this one. We can go kill the one. We can go kill Diablo too real quick. I don't see why not. I was hoping to get an insight bow before I moved on to hell difficulty, but I can always wait until I find a 4-socket bow in hell. I mean a nightmare. I meant nightmare. Ah, you found a Biggin's bonnet? Nice. Good little low-level item.
I am overburdened.
Truly. Truly thus I say. 'Tis a good low-level.
I need mana.
Need some dang mana pots. Hell difficulty. You really don't get access to Monarch shields until around hell difficulty. Alright, let's go kill Bibablo real quick and then we're gonna move on to Nightmare. Last Bibablo kill. Last Bibablo kill. Bibablo. Bibabala jabala babala bob. Arcana's cap. Odd drop. If I remember correctly, there's an odd magic find component between Arcana's cap and amulet. I want to say amulet. I'm not entirely sure. I think there's a little bit of magic find on the set. Might hang on to it just in the off chance that I come across that piece. But it's probably going to end up in the trash, let's be honest. It's probably going to end up in the garbage. Le garbage. The ye old garbagian. Oh, stag bow. How many skills on the staggy bow? +1. I don't know if they get any better than +1 in normal difficulty. I'm not sure if that'll roll 4 sockets or not. We'll have to do a little bit of math. And by math, I mean we'll have to look it up. Figure out what the area level of this particular place is. Ooh, a second soul rune. Nice. Certainly not going to complain about that. Yep, Arcane is already on the floor. Well, I mean, I might go back for it. I don't know. I totally forgot I even dropped it. I got excited. I need to look up that 2-piece bonus and see if the Arcanus is even worth hanging on to, too. Let me do that real quick. I can't remember what it is right off the top of my head. It's, what is it? Yeah, 2 pieces, mana regeneration. I think it's a partial on the amulet, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's 50% magic find on the amulet. It's actually not bad. 50% magic find on the amulet. I might actually have to hang on to it. Let's do a quick look up on this bow real quick, too. So we're going to look at a TC class list, and the reason why we're going to look at a TC class list is because we need to know exactly what level the cow level is. And we're also going to go to an area level list. This is how we're going to figure out whether we're going to get 4 sockets from this item or not. So first thing we need to do is find the cow level in normal difficulty, which is Moo Moo Farms, or the secret cow level, depending on how they have it listed, which is level 28 according to the list. And then we go down and we find Act 4, Chaos Sanctuary is level 28. So the answer to the question is yes, that should get 4 sockets. Because they're both the same level, we should be able to get 4 sockets from that. We should maybe go do that right now, actually. You know what? Honestly, I need an insight bow. We're going to replace it later. It's not really that expensive of a recipe. It's really just a matter of finding the bases, right? So, let's just go ahead and do it right now. Why not? We'll burn our first quest on this. That way we can have our meditation. If later on we do find another 4-socket bow, or we roll another 4-socket bow, then that'll be something else entirely. But this seems like as good a shot as any at getting our insight early on. Got too many Ith runes. Yep, got too many Ith runes. And we get another soul rune. Those are nice. Hang on to. I could make a lore helmet with that, actually, now that I think about it. Find a nice 2-socket helmet and make it a lore. Get +1 to skills there as well. Alright. Bink, bink, bink. Bink. Could get 4 sockets on this. Oh no, it only went to 3 sockets. Where did I go wrong? Does the stag bow only get 3 sockets? Is that where I went wrong? It might be that the stag bow only gets 3 sockets. No, it says the stag bow is maximum 5. It dropped from a level 28 area, same as the cows, which is a level 28 area. Well, wasted a socket quest. That's basically worthless. I mean, I could make
Eye level was probably too low.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be. I just checked it. Chaos Sanctuary and Cows are the same eye level, so it should be 4 sockets.
Maybe you got one of the little weak monsters roamed in there.
Well, wasted my socket quest.
You're on single player, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just delete your save and refresh it.
Wow.
Delete your save and reload it.
I can't do that. We're kidding.
Well, I mean, not if you... if
I mean-
it glitched out and only gave you the wrong number of sockets.
I mean, I think it did, to be perfectly honest, but...
That's what I'm saying. If it glitched out, it's... I mean, wouldn't that fall into the same category as dying on a single-player hardcore character because your internet went out?
I mean, I guess, but I don't know why. I still don't understand why it gave me 3 sockets.
You had normal?
Yeah.
Stag bow?
Yeah. So, you know, same reason why you would do a crystal sword, right? So you get a crystal sword from Cows, which is a level 28 area. The monster levels are level 28 in that zone. The monster levels in Chaos Sanctuary and normal difficulty are level 28. It's the same level. So the monsters in this level should also give 4 socket items when using the socket quest, same way with the crystal sword in cow level. Or any other item found in the cow level should all be the correct item level. But apparently not. So I guess wasted.
In Diablo 2, the maximum number of sockets depends on the level of the monster to drop the item. Most of the time, up to 3 sockets at normal.
Yeah, it's 4 sockets at normal though when you get it from a level 28 or higher.
5 at Nightmare and up to 6 in Hell.
So basically how it works is you can get an item that drops up to 3 sockets in normal difficulty. But when you kill a monster who is the correct level, you can socket quest it up to 4 as long as they're level 28 or higher. And the reason why you do the cow level is because it's the exact right level, but Chaos Sanctuary is also the exact right level. Both of them are level 28, which is the right level for the monster level to be high enough so that the eye level of the item is the correct level. That's why you get 4 socket crystal swords by socket questing crystal swords that you find in the cow level. So I should have gotten 4 sockets. I don't know why I didn't get 4 sockets.
Not enough mana.
I'm gonna go edit in a 4 socket stag bow.
Not enough mana.
It's too bad I can't actually check the level of the bow, or can I actually?
If you have like Pluggy, you can see the item level. You just load it up on Pluggy.
I am overburdened.
Look at it.
I'm gonna check something real quick. Hold on. Let me kill Diablo first, I guess. We actually will check this because I'm actually very curious as to why that happened at all. Because it shouldn't have happened. Put this in my stash for the moment, and we will check it in a minute here. There's a website we can check it on to see why.
I'm on Diablo 2 wiki right now. Normal.
Yeah, I pulled it up on camera. I mean, I didn't pull it up off camera. You just pull
Oh,
up
I'm
the
not
the
saying
area level
that.
list, and then on the area level list, compare Secret Cow Farm to, or Secret Cow Level or Moo Farms or whatever it's listed as, to the Chaos
no, just-
Sanctuary.
I'm just checking like other things too.
Well, I also checked the to see what how many sockets the stag bow had, and everything reports that the stag bow can get 5 sockets. I know some items are limited in the number of sockets they can get.
Items can only naturally spawn with a maximum of 3 sockets on normal difficulty.
Yeah, we already established that. That has nothing
I'm
to
just reading.
But that don't
Okay.
got nothing to do with what's going on with what happened with me. Because I use the socket quest, which is different.
That's what I'm looking at. Socket quest.
All monsters in a zone are equivalent to the area level, so yeah. So whenever you kill a monster in a zone, the area level of the zone determines all the levels of the monsters. The monsters can't be lower than the area level of the zone, but they can be higher than the area level of the zone, depending on whether they're champions or elites. Champions and elites go up plus, what is it, plus 2 for champions and plus 3 for elites or something. It's just a math formula, basically. Certain monsters have their own specific levels, like for instance Diablo has his own specific level, separate from the zone. So if something drops from Diablo, then I might not want to risk it because I don't know what level that is. I'd have to go check and see what level he is specifically. And he's not going to be the same level as the zone, and so forth and so on. So you run into situations like that, but...
Okay, stag bow. Let's see.
Even Ronson said the same thing. Stagbow rolls between 4 open sockets between eye level 26 and 40. Chaos Sanctuary is level 28, so it makes no sense why it would have dropped. Why it would have rolled 3 sockets. It doesn't make any sense. It's the correct monster level. It's the correct item. The item is capable of 4 sockets. The eye level should have been within the correct range of 26 to 40, so it should have rolled 4 sockets. But it didn't. I wonder if there's some other, like, tomfoolery at play. Like, maybe there's just a random chance that you can end up with 3 sockets on white items or something. It doesn't give you the correct number, or, I don't know. Sounds kind of silly, but we can always check though. I think I can check the item level inside the hero editor that was made on D2R Rune Wizard. We'll have to see if I can check it. Yeah, my single target kill speed is always so slow on this frickin' character. It's gonna be painful killing like Bale and stuff like that in hell difficulty. Bunch of garbage. Oh, okay, never mind then. Armor's actually pretty good. 24% faster hit recovery and 2 reses. Actually, that's actually not bad. Okay, I take it back. Alright, let's go ahead and save out of here. Let's go to D2R Rune Wizard and see if we can pull this up. Alright, Rune Wizard. Tools. Should be a hero editor. Where is it? There it is. Hero editor. Alright, so let's load existing character. Northwind. Alright, so here we go. Stagbow. Item level 24. It is 2 levels below what it should be. It rolled from a level 28 zone. It rolled level 24. Why did that occur? That's freaking weird. I mean, let's pull it up on a different area level, a different list for D2R. Let me find one that is different from the one that I just used earlier. So here we go on a different website. Chaos Sanctuary reported as 28. So something's wrong. Why is it dropping level 24 item power items in a level 28 zone? That's 4 levels under what it should be. And you know what?
I mean, isn't it whenever you gamble with a character, it's like +5, -5?
Gambling, yeah, but not monsters. Monsters, that doesn't happen for. It's only gambling.
Well, it did. It happened.
Yeah.
Happened to you.
Happened to me. It's rude is what it was. I'm gonna fix it. I did everything right. I didn't do anything wrong. That item never should have dropped at 24. I don't know why the hell that happened. That'd be like if you found a frickin' crystal sword from cow level, and then you take it to Larzik to get it Larzicked, and it rolls 3 sockets, and you're like, what? Like, what? What? Let's, just to be safe, before we go replacing a file that might destroy our original file, let me take the original file, copy it, pull it out of the file, back it up just in case. Alright. I'll probably have to reboot the game.
Good day.
Oof, look at those resistances. The edit didn't even work. It didn't even keep the, didn't even take the 4 sockets. So, done. I guess we're moving on. Let's go kill, freaking Corpse Morn. Guess we'll just have to find one. The old-fashioned way. And struggle a little bit drinking as many potions as we can possibly drink.
There's a good day.
What's the recipe for, not sure if I want to upgrade that, but I'm tired of not having enough belt slots.
Tau shell, P diamond.
No, or it's a rare item. It's not a unique. I know the unique one by heart. The rare ones are the ones I don't know by heart. It's Thul Ral Amethyst. Okay.
Not in town.
I just want to have a belt that I can actually have max potions on. I think it's worth it. Thul Ral and a P Amethyst. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think editing that bow didn't even work because I don't think you can edit the bow to have 4 sockets if it's not capable of having 4 sockets. The item level's too low, so it just doesn't have 4 sockets. It can't have 4 sockets, basically. Still don't know how the hell a high level 24 item dropped in a level 28 zone.
Very carefully.
Very rudely. It's nice to get confirmation though that I'm not just insane. Did it actually did roll all low eye level
No,
for
I
some
wouldn't
reason?
go that far.
I mean, well, I'm not saying in that regard.
Okay.
Everybody knows Chunks is the highest insanity level. Everybody
Yeah,
knows.
it's up there. It's up there.
Everybody knows Chunks is the insaniest. Alright, time to make my money. I got all these items sitting around that are worth tons of giznold.
Greetings.
I didn't know what you was talking about.
Giznold?
No, you said you time to make your money.
Yeah.
So you was going back on the corner.
Oh. You coming with me?
Ah,
We can work the corner together.
I'll pick you up in 20 minutes.
You gonna be my pimp?
Yep.
Alright.
Back have a trap pull.
I got a pimp named Chunks. He gonna pick me up. So you better watch out, cause my pimp named Chunks gonna kick you in the butt. He don't take nothing from you, son. His internet sucks, but that's okay, cause he drives a Chevy.
Nope, not no more. Sold in 16 hours.
Sold it already?
Yeah, took like 16 hours.
Did you get a
Put
good
it up
offer
at a
for
guy.
it?
Yeah,
Not enough mana.
more than what I thought I'd get.
No, yeah.
Put it up, and there was a guy here the next day.
Damn.
Well, you know what? I can just be overburdened because I don't want that corpse.
These monsters are mean in nightmare difficulty, and I don't got any
I hear
resistances.
foul creatures about.
They're not nice. Check the link about Doom Knights. What about Doom Knights?
Right back.
Something wrong with Doom Knights? Are they lower level than they should be or something? Are they rude individuals? Doom Knights are level 24. In a level 28 zone? Well, that's just stupid.
Yeah, when you look at certain websites, it shows that the Oblivion Knight is level 24, even though the area is 28.
Well, does that mean that farming Chaos Sanctuary in Hell difficulty is... They're not level 85? So they're not drop...
Depends on which website you go to. Some of them say they're level 24, some of them say they're level 30.
Well, obviously we found out that they must be level 24 because the item level of the item was level 24, which matches exactly. So I guess Chaos Sanctuary is not a good place to go to get your 4-socketed items. Because mean. They're mean.
Not enough mana.
There's a,
Mean.
I wonder if there's a mod for D2R that'll show level.
Amazons and rogues are actually from the same sect, believe it or not. So how the story goes is eventually the Amazons were from a specific island or something in the middle of the ocean. I can't remember exactly what it was called. Let's just pretend it's Themyscira. How about that? Freaking Wonder Woman's there. Anyway, apparently the rogues are a, like, sect of the Amazons that left. So they are actually Amazons. The rogues are Amazons and the Amazons are rogues. It's like a difference in doctrine or something. And the Amazons decided that they were gonna like go off on their own. So, but they're still so close together that it doesn't even really matter. I think timeline-wise, they had only like just left. Hey, look, there's a 4-socket crystal sword. I have no use for a spirit sword that I can think of, right? I mean, I'm just like off the top of my head. I mean, maybe if I wanted to pre-buff. If I wanted to pre-buff my Valkyrie, it could be interesting to have like some plus skill gear on an ult to pre-buff the Valk. It's the only thing I can think of right off the top of my head. I guess a spirit sword could do for that. Wouldn't necessarily need good stats or anything, just, you know, not garbage.
Looking a little closer, Monsters in Chaos Sanctuary says everything is level 30, except for the Doom Knights with the swords, which are level 24.
So it must have been a Doom Knight that dropped the item then. I mean, I could give myself the quest back and try this stag bow right here instead. There's a stag bow from the Den of Evil. How much you want to bet, though? This one probably rolls 5 sockets.
I can't carry anymore.
That'd be my guess.
Or is
Anyway.
max and not there.
Well, it's the max that can drop.
True.
Larzik works differently. He goes off the item level of the item itself. +1 stag bow. It's exactly the same as the one I have. Except the eye level of it is probably much higher.
Good day.
Once you get to hell, there everything's 85.
I wonder why, though. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense why. The freaking Doom Knights would be level 24.
It's a lot of conflicting information. I always thought if the area level was 28, monsters are 28.
Unless there's something special. Just like when I talked about with Diablo. Diablo is not level, 28. Diablo is a completely different level than the area level he's in. So if they deliberately change the level of the monster, then yes. And that's what it seems to be like. It seems like they deliberately changed the level of the Chaos Knights to level 24. But why? It seems very strange. Unless maybe they were trying to prevent people from leveling in normal difficulty, and Chaos Sanctuary was just like a really easy place to level. So they ran into a situation where they're like, okay, well, let's nerf that so that they can't get the EXP that they want in Chaos. Or maybe they did it specifically so that you can't get a 4-socket crystal sword. What do you think about that? I think that might be the reason.
Awesome.
I mean, think about it. Everybody waits until the cow level to get the 4-socket open crystal sword, right? So if they deliberately reduce the level of the Chaos Knights in that zone, which is also level 28 to level 24, they screw over anybody who's trying to get a spirit sword early on. Let's see if I can get this to work for the higher eye level version. Let's try this again. So this is the new cross, the new bow. The one that I got from Den of Evil, and it's item level 36. So, interesting. Let's see if that even works.
Yeah, I'm finding a lot of inconsistencies among different websites. One website, the area level is 26, 27, 28 in Act 4. And on another website, if you go by the monsters, they're 24, 27, or 30. Which doesn't make any sense.
I think we found out they're 24. I think that we confirmed that. So the Chaos Knights are 24.
Just the Doom Knights, yes.
Yeah, just the Doom Knights themselves. Which is what it dropped from. It dropped from a Doom Knight. That's my last attempt. If this doesn't work, then whatever. All that work for a 4-socket stag bow. Garbage, basically, right? Something that nobody would even care to even pick up in most scenarios. Oh yeah, it's always fun to learn new things. It's not fun to end up with a 3-socket stag bow, but... Alright, what do we end up with? Well, 17 meditation. Plus 2 critical strike, which really doesn't matter for me since I have critical strike already, so... 211% enhanced damage. What's a roll on insight? The enhanced damage, actually... Well, I guess since this is a normal difficulty item, it really doesn't matter, does it? The enhanced damage is a whole lot of nothing at this point. Pretty low. Pretty low on the enhanced damage, yeah.
Yeah, 260 is the max.
Pretty decent attack rating though, at 211. That's a mid roll.
Greetings.
I really don't need the Zephyr anymore either, to be honest. Yay, insight. Now we need mana. I'm gonna put 10 more points into energy. I'm gonna ride that energy for a while. Bring our vitality up to 100. I'm gonna hold on to those 25 stat points because I never know what I might need them for. Strength dex for a new bow or something like that. Oh lord, here comes Meow with all his cats in boxes. His box cats. He's got all these little box cat emojis he uses on YouTube. Alright, we got one more skill point to throw in, so we can get some more freezing arrow. We're gonna cap out on freezing arrow pretty fast. Dire Drool the Mad.
I am overburdened.
Hey, Derelict has been a member for 6 months. Look at all them little chonk chulas in there. That's right, chonk chulas. Eat a chonk chula, eat a big zula, eat a king and a ruler, then a jula and a bula. Got the fat going 4 miles all the way around like a tire gonna continue. Dang it. Like a big fat tire. That's right. The chonk tire. Chonk's like, look, I'm not overweight, alright? So what kind of dog do you have, Chunks?
I don't have one right now.
Why not? Thought you said you liked dogs.
I do like dogs.
For a person who likes dogs, you certainly have a lack of dogs.
Well, someone stole my last one.
They stole your dog?
Yes, I was very upset about it.
That's fucking terrible.
Yeah, it was a full-blooded border collie.
Like Lassie?
No, border collie, not like a Lassie collie.
Oh.
Black and white.
Who steals a dog? That's terrible.
I know.
They need to go straight to the cooker. They go straight to hell for stealing a dog.
Yep. They got her somewhere between 2 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the morning. She was out there on her chain, or on her lead. We had run across the field. Went out there and unclipped her and never did find her. I assume that they probably had kids with them because she'd run up to any kid. She loved kids. So that's all it would have took. Was just her seeing a kid. She ran right up to him without trying to eat him.
My dog was deathly afraid of children. I don't know what was going on in his mind. My older dog, his name was Founder, and whenever he saw a kid, he would just he would back away. And if they tried to come over to him, he would run. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Meteor Storms. I appreciate it. It always sucks to lose a pet.
Yes, it did. I was very unhappy about it.
What's up, Matthias? How's it going, man? What level am I at the moment? 43. Working on nightmare difficulty at the moment. Let's go kill Blood Raven real quick. See if we even can. Uh-oh. Cody's boo bork. He's doing a big bork.
Only you could put inside the gem.
What?
If only you could put inside the gem.
Put what inside of a javel?
Inside your
Oh.
Why?
It's locked.
for mana.
What, for Zot?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants an inside jab.
Just Just look for some silk leaves. Problem solved.
Oh, there's a couple ways you can solve it. Valkyrie Wing works really good too. It has mana after each kill on it. Also, there's a really powerful spear you can get too. That's like insane. What was it? Wraith Flight doesn't it have like 15 mana after each kill on it or something.
Yeah.
You basically just put it on your swappy, and then you just swap to it, throw it, like let it like literally just fill your entire mana pool back up, and then swap back to your main weapon.
Yeah, I had that and a lidless on
I sense
mob.
great sorrow
If
in
you get the Wraith Flights, like a
Swap, throw it one
Valkwing,
time.
like a couple other little items used for swapping, you can even, if you get a Headhunter's Glory and throw 3 tier runes in it too, you can use that for refilling too. And then just get your Wraith Flight, your Headhunter's Glory on the swap, and you can just throw, refill your mana, and then swap back. Especially if you're doing like cows or something like that, it works pretty well.
That's where I'm headed.
Why no 60 FPS? Because I'm streaming in 1440p, and 1440p 60 FPS is beyond my current capabilities. So I have to choose either 60 FPS streaming or 1440p. And I think 1440p looks much crisper. Much crisper than this 1080p 60. I took a look at both of them back and forth, and I kind of made a decision. I was like, 1440p is just better. It's just objectively better. It not only does it look better, I mean, it's crisp, it's clear. Just it feels much better when you're watching 1440p. I can't do 1440p 60. That's insane. I've known some people can do that if they have like fiber connections and stuff like that, but it's a bit much. I'm already streaming at basically, what was it, at 9,000 or 8,000 bitrate, whatever the maximum Twitch is capable of. Dang, my internet is ginger, my PC is ginger. Is my dog ginger too?
No. I don't think there's anything ginger about Kubus.
I don't know, he does got pimples. He's got lots of pimples on his face. Like a pasty ginger teenager.
I think he has a soul though. He's definitely got the attitude to have a
rest
soul.
in peace, sister.
I mean, maybe he stole one from somebody.
Well, I mean, that's irrelevant. He has one.
Thievery.
He may have stole it.
He's like, look, it don't matter if it's thieved. Right? It's mine now. Okay.
You can't have it back. No, I don't.
Was it
want
early
to
this
be
morning? I was
over.
messing with him, and I'd hide under the blanket, and he'd get upset because I was hiding under the blanket. He'd start whining.
You was scaring him. If you're making an ice bow,
It's
a
wrong.
matte bow would be better than a Grand Matron.
Yeah, faster.
Correct. Because it only has 20 eyes on the ring lord.
Yeah, you want the faster one. The Grand Matron is slower. Does more physical damage, which you don't really need.
Yeah. I want to make one. I thought I had a bow, but I don't.
It's locked.
So I'm overkilling some cows.
Murdering them with extreme prejudice?
I'm on my 97 Zon. The one that has the 24-20 Griffins with the faucet.
Oh.
And the Headhunter's Glory with faucets in it. So yeah, she's not very nice. Cow's eyes.
Poor cows.
And I'd say poor cows, but they really don't make a sound. They get like a.
So you're killing them humanely, is what you're saying.
They don't feel nothing.
Mine get turned into beef sickles. So.
Yeah, they get to sit there frozen, wondering what's gonna happen next.
No, they shatter into 1,000 pieces. They're gone. The beef sickles do not get to think. They are beef sickles. Why did I put that in there? All the beef sickles in all the world.
Thanks.
I really wish the ice arrow worked like it did in PD2 though.
Ice arrow's pretty useless in this game.
Well, on that one they made it a little better.
For leveling,
it shoots out.
For leveling, it's mildly okay. But
Or cold arrow, not ice arrow.
cold arrow sucks too.
Well, that's what I say. I wish it worked like it did in PD2, to where it shoots. Once you max it out, it shoots like 4 arrows. So like a tiny multi-shot of them. Doesn't
25% lightning res with
chills.
4 strength on it. I'm getting all these lightning charms. I got like 75% lightning res on my character so far. You just keep giving me more and more lightning charms.
Well, you won't be complaining whenever you go to do Izzy and Nightmare.
Hollow Arrow Katana, what's up? You sometimes play Diablo 2 Project and I don't have a super chest in Lower Karas. How is it possible? And how can I bring them somehow? Thank you for the answer. I mean, there's other super chests that you can go to besides those. I mean, I don't know where all the super chests are in Project Diablo 2, but check Sewers Level 2. There's some pretty good ones in there. Arcane Sanctuary has good super chests at the end of each doujin. I don't know how much they mess with in that game, but some of them still gotta be there.
You can't gamble trap claws. Can't gamble claws, period.
So, at this point, my solo self-found Amazon's going a lot, very, very well. I've managed to put together a treachery. I've got a Andariel shell, some nice gloves and boots.
Pretty slow so far. What are you gonna do with?
That's the order for physical damage bows. I typed it in chat for you guys so you wouldn't get confused. Wind Force is the king. Still is the king. But it does require you to have a faith bow. Which doesn't help, obviously. You're like, wait a minute. I'm still gonna have a faith bow? Yes, you still have to have a faith bow to make the Wind Force the king. So the Wind Force is only the king if you have a faith bow. Or what?
Hustle.
A 160-60 and a 120-45.
What you need?
What's that?
A rare bow with a
four socket armor build with 40-15s. 30 socket helm with 40-15s.
Yes, because that's completely solo self-found achievement.
No, but he said the king. He said the king.
I'm talking about the bow.
There
You're
is-
talking about 4015s and a helmet.
No,
and
with the
stuff.
wind force. With the wind force.
So not using the.
Not using faith.
You just need.
You're talking about hitting the break point. Hitting the break point without wind
Yeah,
force.
yeah, yeah.
I gotcha.
Yes.
I mean, it is very difficult to hit that break point without wind force. I mean, without the faith bow, it's
Yeah. Oh,
It's hard.
absolutely.
You just need furry armor. Come on.
Absolutely, it is.
The Barbarian.
of course if you have a paladin in your group who's running maximum fanaticism, that changes things. Then you don't have to have a faith bow or all that extra equipment. Then you just get to hug your paladin's leg everywhere. Tries to shake you off and stuff. And you're like, come back here, I need your fanaticism.
Well, I mean, even for a solo self-bound run, you could throw 15 ice jewels in it without ED. Those drop enough.
Fizzbow's on.
Get a plain 15 ice.
Fizzbow's on. I don't bother doing those on solo self-found. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it.
What's up, dude?
What's up?
I am overburdened.
So I'm gonna play throw barb, and then in about 4 days I'm gonna be mad because I can't teleport. I'm gonna be upset. No.
You're just gonna have to muscle through
Every time. I get so mad.
What are we muscling through?
Not having teleport.
Oh, boo-hoo.
You get to the late stage and like the grind fest starts to begin, like you know the fun part, and then like I just get mad because I can't teleport everywhere, and then I make a sork.
Yeah, but then you just go and farm
It's
traveling
grinding
because
minutes.
throw buff's so easy. You don't need that many skills. You just put loads into your item finding stuff.
See,
Simple.
What's he doing?
I don't make sorceresses because I don't want to teleport. So I'm the exact opposite.
Who's a beautiful black key?
Yeah, I put it in the chat. I was surprised we don't have very many sorceresses this go around.
Good. I don't want anybody to teleport.
Yeah.
It's so boring. You sorceresses think it's fun. It's not fun. Following behind you guys teleporting is not fun.
On top of that,
We might as well be We might as well be a little kid who's following behind their mommy, and we can't keep up. Mommy, don't go so fast, mommy. It's really boring, and it's honestly insulting most of the time when the sorceresses do it, and they don't realize
The worst thing is
just
when they
how
teleport
insulting it
over a
is.
gap that you can't
And they're
get.
just like, catch up, guys, catch up.
Well, at least I got leap, so.
leap helps a lot.
What is going on with your mic?
Oh, my bad. I'll turn my fan off. My bad.
Fan? But
Fan.
it's cold. What are you on about?
Fine.
I keep it chilly in my house.
You weird human being.
Man, I would rather freeze than sweat every day of the week.
Oh yeah. You can always put more clothes
I like
on.
being nice and snug and
See,
warm.
this smart man, dude. Smart man.
Look, I can
Yeah,
only
man,
get
once you
so
make
naked.
it, there's nothing else you can do.
True.
You just have a cold shower.
No,
Easy peasy.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but you do live in a part of the world where it rarely ever gets above 60 degrees.
True.
so I actually found another thing you could do. So once you've taken everything off and it's so hot that literally you can't stand it, that's when you start putting some stuff back on. So I made these little doodads. I had like a cast iron muffin pan with different shapes in it. Like there was a little house and there was a little like a little heart and stuff like that. Anyway, back when I was smelting aluminum, I actually was melting aluminum down and putting it into shapes. And when it got really hot one summer, I mean like it was like 110 degrees that summer, I had all the little aluminum things in the freezer. And I would routinely go in there and grab a whole bunch of the big aluminum blocks. I mean, they were pretty big blocks of aluminum. And then I would just I would put them all over my chest. So I had just like frozen aluminum on top of me, and then when they would lose their chill, I would go put them back in the freezer and get some more.
Is anyone else seeing Ginger laid there topless, rubbing aluminum over himself?
Aluminum, that's right. Aluminiums. Aluminiums.
He's like, ooh.
I just get a vision of hedonism, bud.
Hey, it works.
Homer Simpson
Okay,
just rubbing
they're
his
like
man boobs with aluminum.
they're like ice cubes, but they're not wet. So you get the nice cooling effect of the ice cubes without actually having the wetness.
Yeah,
What
have
she
you
said.
been having dreams about Ginger?
No, but
Going into some detail there.
It's kind of scaring me.
Yeah, you're
Look,
gonna.
yeah,
That's some detail.
We don't care what you're into. We just don't want to get.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. We're all friends here.
I just want my
We're
coffee.
all friends here.
We accept you for who you are. Just please keep it to yourself.
No, I originally had the idea because I remember people making like aluminum ice cubes and stuff like that. Where you'd
Well,
have
they're
like
starting to bring out
you
more clothing
could
now
buy
that
them now.
cools you down.
You just put them in the freezer and they're just made out of aluminum. They look like little ice cubes, and then you put them in your drink.
But what
Yeah,
I
I've seen
don't
them.
get is you have a chainmail. Why wouldn't you just throw that in the freezer
That's
and
a
then
good-
wear it?
Yeah, but it might rust.
That might not fit in the freezer, actually.
Would it rust
Cooler.
though? Because of
I
the
mean, if
moisture?
you get hot, you can find out.
I mean, it would, but if you keep it oiled, it wouldn't.
Yeah, true.
Keeping stuff like that from rusting is really all about maintenance.
Did they turn the drops up or something? 'Cause this is ridiculous.
Mine.
I don't want a unique or a set right now. I want a bow.
See, that's why my 1000% magic find idea would actually be pretty cool. People would be like, "Oh my god, I don't want another unique. I want a freaking white item so I can make a base." Like nobody has enigmas because they can't find freaking white armors.
I'll trade you 1,000 golds for a 3-socket mage plate.
All mage plates are always blue or higher.
I'll be like, here's a 3-socket blue mage plate.
This does not work.
I
You are
would
to
find
do the
the
teasing.
mechanics one. I'd find a mechanics one and tell them, oh yeah, it's fine.
How am I gonna deal with
Runes
cold
in it.
immunes? I'm gonna use my Valkyrie. As soon as I finish maxing out my my cold arrow, I'm going to start maxing out
I am overburdened.
the Valkyrie itself.
Generally, the way you deal with immunities is you try to limit the number you're going to fight and use your mercenary or other summons.
Well, in this particular case, I'm gonna rely on the Valkyrie herself. She's actually surprisingly good physical damage, and then I'm probably also going to throw at least 1 point into to Magic Arrow as well, so I could utilize Magic Arrow to assist in the process of killing them. Magic Arrow is pretty impressive. I just need an actual bow that does some physical damage. As of right now, my bow is pretty terrible physical damage-wise, so Magic Arrow wouldn't do me much good at this particular point. So you know I was doing those videos on Moonbeast, right? The Moonbeast game that's coming out with like Eric Schaefer and the rest of the Diablo team.
Did they put out a new video?
So I mentioned, I was talking in the thing, and Eric actually replied and said he's seen my videos, and it reminded him to that he hadn't put out another blog post in a little while, and he needs to make another one. he's like I've been slacking. Apparently he has seen my Moonbeast videos. He said he's been busy. Apparently they got some sort of like technical client that they're going to be presenting to investors or something like that. So he's been busy putting together the technical clients to present to the investors to show them what they're going to be making, I guess.
What the investors will be paying for.
Yeah, basically. He needs to impress, right? Yeah, I haven't seen the interview yet, to be honest. I miss this. I mean, I ran this character for an entire season, and I thought I would get tired of it, but... And you just never get tired of hearing the nice crunch noise when the monsters shatter into a million pieces from being frozen.
Especially when you start doing cows and stuff, and everything's just... Like, the density.
It never gets old.
So good.
Just
When you got
listen
like
to everything
100%
crunch.
PS as well.
Oh yeah, everything's just crunching. It's great, I love it. It's one of my favorite things about this character is how just ridiculous you are in terms of just number one, destroying bodies, which is absolutely great, but number two, also just, you know, like the crowd control, the satisfaction of like just preventing any of the monsters from resurrecting. It's freaking great. I love it. You're like, goodbye. Especially when you get like a bunch of good shatters in a row, like it's a whole bunch of shatters. Get that like 3 or 4 shatters all at the same time. Sounds great. I mean, she may not be the best at dishing out damage to bosses, but when it comes to trash mobs, elites, champions, like, she can lock down so much stuff. A good Valkyrie and a Mercenary, and before you know it, she's just like, what was that?
Impossible.
It's easy. This is easy. Even a caveman could do this. What's going on here?
It's just such a fun build as well.
Even a caveman could do this. I didn't find the waypoint yet. Let's see if I can find it now. Unless I passed it and didn't know it. Let me look around, because I might have. Sometimes I'll walk right by it, and I just don't see it.
We all do that.
I don't see it on the mini-map, so... Maybe I haven't found it yet.
Hiding in a corner, isn't it?
There she blows. Ooh, a reflex bow. What's that?
Impossible.
2 sockets. That was a tease.
Still really low damage though, sadly, on reflex.
Yeah, not good plus to skills either.
And it's slower.
Right now, doesn't really matter. Like, I'm not too worried about the speed of the bow at the moment. As long as it's not like dirt slow. Is Ice Build my favorite build in Diablo 2? No, it's just a really fun one. Every time somebody asks me what my favorite class is, I always say the same thing. I love Necromancer, I love Paladin, or I love Amazon, and I can never really choose between them.
All of them have a unique sort of playstyle, and they're just fun.
They're all very good, like just classes in general. It's very powerful classes. I mean, and in each in their own particular way. You know, the Necromancer is absolutely amazing because you get to be able to summon an army, something neither the other ones could do, and that by itself just makes the Necromancer unique in my eyes, special.
I just wish you didn't have to re-summon it every game.
The Paladin's auras make him literally the best party favor that you could ever have. I mean, party-wise, your Paladin is like your best friend. I mean, whether it's him giving you resistances or extra attack speed or, you know, freaking extra physical damage, or maybe he's removing your poisons. It's like the Paladin literally has an aura for everything, like some sort of Swiss Army knife. And then the Necromancer, although the Necromancer doesn't have auras, he does have curses, which also are very Swiss Army knifey in type, which means he can do pretty well in that regard as well. And he has some, you know, curses that have no equivalent. Like, for instance, Life Tap. Life Tap is absolutely amazing. There's hardly anything in the game that's even close to it. Extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the Amazon is over here like, oh yeah, well, I may not have auras, and I may not have curses, and I may not be able to summon an army, but can your Paladin do this? And then just like throws one javelin and like 10 million lightning bolts come out. Or shoots a bow that's literally imbued with the icicles of friggin' the northern lights. The utility that the Amazon has is certainly not terrible either. I mean, being able to be a melee character or a range character, being able to, you know, shoot a bow or throw a javelin. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can play an Amazon, and they're all pretty powerful. Up until the Sunders were added, there was actually a really powerful build that'd been around for a while. It was basically the freezing arrow / lightning's on, or I thought like lightning fury's on. You basically kept your T-strokes and your Titans on your other hand, and you kept your freezing arrow bow on your other swap. And you basically just swap back and forth between freezing arrow and your lightning whenever you needed to. It's a pretty powerful build. Never was much of a fan of the Barbarian. I think even early on, I just never was a Barb guy. In a world of fantasy, the Barb is like the least fantasy character.
He's vanilla ice cream.
He's literally just like the worst fantasy character. I'd be like if I went and played Dungeons and Dragons, and then all I ever choose is just like
Human fighter.
Human fighter, yeah. Just like bland choice that you could bland. I mean, and I'm not saying that a human fighter isn't powerful, but at the same time, just why not do like a half-elf fighter? I always choose half-elf, like just simply because I like the dexterity bonus, and I like the fact that they have improvision. Which, you know, they can see in the dark, basically, is what the half-elves get. And they don't have the same weaknesses as the elves. I think the half-elf is like one of the better classes to choose in that game. Unless you want to be like a beefcake, and then you can just choose like a dwarf, so you get lots of constitution.
You got a solver, and that means have you got an ore?
I could make a lore.
Dragonborn, Drakeward.
One skill would help, and the mana after kill will also help.
Oh yeah.
I'm a Dragonborn kind of guy. Charisma goes well with sorcerers and paladins.
The Dragonborn in D&D is a little strange. I mean, you're basically just a lizard.
Hell yeah, but if I wanted to be more of a lizard, I could go lizard folk.
Shadow, are you a lizard? Hey.
Still, my favorite character ended up being a dragonborn Drake Warden.
I gotta say, I was getting pretty partial to the Gith Yankee in the BG3 campaign.
That's what I played. My first character as a war. I played Yankee Warlock.
Is it because they're degenerate, violent people?
Degenerate, violent people. That's not how the story laid out in Baldur's Gate 3.
I had never played D&D or like in any depth, and so like I just thought the class looked cool.
Warlock is incredibly versatile and has a tendency to, how do I put this? Lack a lot of punch that your other full casters get, but the trade-off is the high versatility.
I don't know. Let's talk about the Gith Yankee for a second, right? So, the Gith, according to the story, they weren't always that kind of a people. They were basically just slaves. So they started out as slaves. They were mind flayer slaves. And the mind flayer slaves revolted, right? So when they started out, they were pretty much just nothing more than slaves to a higher race. They managed to free themselves from this higher race that enslaved them, which obviously is the mind flayers. And according to the BG3 story, they did so with the help of Raphael, I think is who it was. I don't remember if he had directly influenced it or what, but it seemed like the demon was involved somehow in them becoming free of the mind flayer parasites. So anyway, they finally free themselves, right? And when they finally free themselves, they end up under the thrall of a freaking evil queen who uses the momentum of basically the movement to free themselves from the mind flayers to put them under her control. So she then lies to them, basically tells them whatever she wants to tell them, trains them to be evil, and despite the fact that she trains them to be evil, they realize that she's evil, but they also realize that she's a freaking god, and they have very little chance to defeat her without somebody who's maybe even equivalent to her. And so in the BG3 story, it's not until you free Orpheus that Orpheus basically says, you know, like, hey, we can take her. It's like, what are you talking about? We can take her. We can take her. And then they finally revolt against her too. But I mean, as a race, they're not exactly a terrible race. They're just a race with a really nasty past. I mean, being enslaved and then being enslaved again, and then having to fight their oppressors not once but 2 separate times. It's pretty rough. And Vlaakith, the evil god of that particular world, she did a good job brainwashing everybody. She had like some Hitler-esque style youth camps and stuff like that, where she would pit them against each other and make them kill each other and stuff. I mean, she wasn't exactly a very nice person. Definitely not a nice person.
What are the odds that hell Andariel can clap my cheeks?
98%.
What character are you?
Amazon.
You got a Valkyrie?
Lightning Strike. I do.
Just keep spamming your Valkyrie. You'll be fine.
And I have a Merc with.
Just bring enough potions with you so you can spam your Valkyrie whenever you get a chance. And then you actually will probably do. Well, you got charge strike, right?
Yep, maxed as well as lightning strike.
Oh God, Bane over there. Yeah, you don't even have to worry about fighting him because you have a Valkyrie. So you just make sure his AI is programmed to automatically attack your Merc first. So basically, you just need to make sure your Valkyrie stays alive at all times, and that will literally be all you need to do.
Diablo has invaded Sanctuary.
He will immediately go and attack your merc every single time your merc is spawned. It's how he's programmed. What's up, Justin? You have a question. If unique monsters in Act 1 can have high-level auras like Conviction and Fanaticism, where's mine? Yes. We've literally, I think on several of our runs where we did, like, new character days, we literally were, like, going through Den of Evil and, like, Corpse Fire had Conviction aura, and we're like, what the hell? Conviction aura on freaking Corpse Fire? Some BS. Yeah, I don't know why that exactly happens. It doesn't seem like the auras are tied to the level of the monsters at all. Not even
I've seen that a few times.
Not even a little bit.
Now the question is the level of the aura tied to their level?
It is.
No clue.
It is.
No idea. Oh, okay.
So there's a couple examples of this that I can give you that we know about. First off is mercenaries. So if you hire a ice mercenary early on in the game, the like the ice bow girl, she doesn't have access to freezing arrow until later on in the game. So she can't actually use freezing arrow until much later. Do I really need the 2% mana lead on Gorefoot? Can I switch to Saigons for the 40% cold res? I do like having the mana leech, but the cold res certainly wouldn't be bad. Let's give it a try, and if I start running out of mana, I can always swap back.
Just make a lore helmet when you find a 2-socket. That'll keep your mana up. 2 mana after kill, the amount of stuff you shatter in a hit.
I mean, thankfully, it seems like my mana's doing pretty good with the, I put 50 points into energy, so that's a big contributor, but I also have the meditation aura, so it seems to be doing alright.
You got a very lucky roll in the 17. Where's your Val?
She died a lot because I haven't put any points into her yet. I'm trying to cap out the freezing arrow first before I go that route.
Makes sense.
I don't necessarily need the Valkyrie right now, like this particular minute and like this second, but I will. It's a matter of time. I'm gonna have to start putting points into her. I was also considering making a peace armor, if I could find a 3-socket base, and utilizing that Valkyrie until I get everything else maxed out, and then start working on the Valkyrie last, because I'm gonna need her in hell difficulty.
It's like 15 or something on peace.
Yeah, it's a level 15 Valkyrie for the peace armor, so it's not terrible.
Oh no, it'll keep going through Nightmare.
Plus the +2 to skills would be really nice.
Yep. Then you can put a bit more into dodge and evade and stuff instead of out.
$19.14 Annie? Nice, Baxter. I mean, honestly, though, I'm only 4 levels from maxing out Ice Arrow, so...
True. I always forget it doesn't take a lot of points to... Oh, are they going to be bow skills?
No, but they're better,
nice,
better than what I had on, that's for sure.
Oh, nice.
One thing I love about the Ice Arrow, Freezing Arrow, is that it goes so far. Like, half the time, you'll kill things that are off the screen. I remember when I was leveling, when I was doing that season, people were like, yeah, I was just sitting there fighting something, and all of a sudden these frozen frost arrows just started shooting in on the screen. I don't even see you anywhere. Like, you're just exploding left and right.
I can't carry anymore.
Like, yes.
4-socket Polex?
1-socket poleaxe. I don't really need the insight on him anyway.
Oh, yeah, true.
I mean, honestly, he'd be better off with something else, but insight certainly is not a bad weapon.
Maybe enchant, whatever it's called, obedience, if you're able to get your hands on it.
Yeah, cool. Oh, foul. That's something that I probably won't be able to get access to for a while. As easy as it is to come by codes and fouls, there's no guarantee I will.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, if I do, a freaking obedience would be great for him.
Because the AR would help you as well, bit of fire damage. I know it's not a lot, but it all adds up. What runes is it for peace? Shell, Thol? Shell.
Just type in peace, exclamation point peace. You can do it in the Discord, you can do it in the stream chat. It'll pop up.
Oh, Shell, Thol, so it's pretty cheap as well for a 2 skill.
I mean, I could probably make that right now, actually. I don't know if I have a Thol rune now. I think I used my Thol rune earlier to upgrade my belt.
You're about to do the tower, so you never know. Just gotta find a free sock armor.
No, I do have a Thol. So Shale, Thol, there you go. I do have a 3-socket breastplate, which is terrible.
I'd just make it. It's so cheap. It's like 2 skills plus you get the Valk. Why not? Defense is going to make no difference to you.
Lose my magic vine.
Greetings.
Well, I get +2 skills. And I get crit strike. Man, I'm getting crit strike everywhere. I got +2 from the armor, and I got +2 from the bow. What am I sitting at now? Like, does that actually physically add to the skill since I actually have it? It does. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that goes from... what's it? Base 1. So I've got 6, or 3. This is +2 and 2. Which should give me 4, but it only gives me 3. Oh, interesting.
Might be capped on certain things. But you also get cold res off it, so that's also nice.
It's because I'm a native character.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm pretty sure
Sean,
native...
it is.
Impossible.
3-socket.
Quite a few people do hybrid fire ice.
Yeah, hybrid fire ice is a thing. I'm gonna do something a little bit different than that, though. God, it's freaking so amazing just running through here. The freaking freezing arrows on in these little camps, watching everything go pop, pop, pop like little popcorns.
You just need more in Pierce eventually.
I actually already threw 5 hard points into it. I'm sitting at 63% right now.
That's not bad. Just makes that character so amazing.
I know. That's why I put hard points into it, because if you don't have the Pierce, it's just bad. I'm looking for the Countess Tower. To the Countess Tower. We need to go all the way to the Countess so that she can give us nothing again. She don't give us nothing good. She look at us and tell us to go to the hood.
I need a key.
All you need now is to make a lore, and you're pretty high on skill levels then.
Yeah, 2 from the bow, 1 from the... or 2 from the armor. It's 4, and then I could get 5, so it's be 5 total so far. It's not bad.
And then just find some gloves with like 1 or 2 to bow with a bit of IES or whatever.
Another one of you guys.
I cannot carry anymore.
Teleportation? A diamond? He's that rocket Nishu. Rocket the strongest little carpet even. It's like being the strongest turtle in the pond.
Turtle.
Great helm. One socket. One sucatio. One sucatra. Oh, well, there's the tower. Question is, where's the waypoint? It should be right nearby the tower.
You walked past the waypoint earlier.
I did?
Yeah, it was up in that top.
Tippity 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 tippity. Where?
All the way up to the right, I believe.
Can't believe the waypoint's not next
houses.
to the tower. It's always next to the tower. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see it. It's on my map, and I didn't even click on it.
Yeah, you're right next to it. I think it's because you went and made your piece armor.
Oh, I did click on it. Never mind. Guess I'm a big, dead, fat dummy. One of them called there big fat dummies. He's a big fat dummy. He's a big fat rummy. Look at all these people in here waiting for season 5. We got Chunks in the house. We got Chromatic, Meow, Third Gear, Vidine. Just waiting on some season 5.
Always about.
What are you talking about? I've been here all the time.
I'm just saying, today we got lots of people. That's what I'm saying.
I am overburdened.
And he's dropping gold.
Yeah, why did I just say loads of gold? That was really weird.
There's a soundboard, and I added a couple sounds on there. Chunks likes that sound, though. That's his favorite.
Fresh meat.
I like that one.
Not even death can save you from me.
What's up, Profy? Who's got a duck? Who's got the duck?
It's a shame the duck doesn't like quack multiple times. It's kind of odd.
You want him to quack multiple
jeez.
times? Okay, here we go.
What the hell was that?
My quack is better than your quack.
That quack was terrible.
Mine's a professional quack. Yours is a less than professional quack.
Shall pay you in Diablo gold.
I need some perfect topazes so I can make some magic find Ujang. go. And I got 2 perfect topazes. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I got 1 perfect skull. Oh yeah, look at my doojanks.
So you gonna check out PD2 tomorrow?
I hadn't planned on it. Haven't downloaded the game or nothing.
You don't. I'm sure you have Diablo 2 installed on your computer.
Yeah, but I use it. I'd have to figure out some way to.
It doesn't change. It doesn't
You don't
change your
modify
D2. Yeah, it doesn't
It does-
modify
yeah, it doesn't
your
change.
install.
You can still.
It's a separate launcher, so you can still play either.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It doesn't
They
change
did it
your
the right
original
way.
Diablo
Yeah.
2 LOD file.
They did it the right way.
It adds it in just like Pluggy does. Just adds you another shortcut to go through.
Mark said that last quack sounded like me on the toilet this morning.
Oh, that's nasty.
Hmm.
Might need to go to a doctor there, buddy. Well, you could play a ice zone on there.
No, PD2 is not able to use the D2R graphics, but they do run in 4K. So it's the old graphics, but they run in HD and stuff.
Yeah, HD, that's right.
Because D2R is licensed that it's not allowed to be modified. So they don't
Even though
allow.
it has mod support in every patch.
Yep. It makes no sense.
It doesn't have TCP/IP LAN available.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's not that
If
they
it
even
had
put
that,
it in the thing. They even put it in their. I think it's in their terms of service that it's not allowed to be modded.
We can blame Xiaozu.
Which is a shame.
Notes in every patch
Yeah.
and commands for people doing the modding.
Silly, right?
They just can't create their own server. I mean, that gives you something to do for 6 days.
PD2 is a lot of fun.
Days. But I was gonna try and finish this in 6 days.
It starts. Well, I've been trying to get you to check that out for like months now.
Oh, I know.
And you
Just a
just
slacking.
want to hate on it instead of
Oh, I know.
It is good,
attempting
but
to
Oh, I know.
even look at it.
Oh, I'm
there's so much.
a
there's
big
so much
kid who
content.
doesn't want to try that ice cream. Okay.
There's just so much to it. Like all the uniques have been updated, and like,
Let me
There's a lot.
finish making videos on Diablo 2 before I start getting into something else completely. I
they've done
actually
a good job on it though.
I actually getting pretty close to finishing my videos on Diablo 2. I'm very close. Oh, that's an interesting drop.
I'll give you Merc some nice damage.
Oh,
He's got
man,
life leech on his helmet.
Oh, man, it's a win. It's got the one that's got the freezy on it. It's got the ice blast, so it makes
Yeah.
him do the freeze. Makes him do the freeze.
And he's got life leech on his helmet, so he can use it.
Well, it's a hell of a lot better damage than the one that he had on. He doesn't have the life leech on it, but I do have the worm skull on him, so.
Yeah. So he would still leech the same amount because he's doing more damage.
Yep. Yippity boo boo ba doo bow be bop ba boo.
It's a nice find. Oh, I know, Chunky. I've got PD2. I was mucking around on it earlier for a little bit.
Did PD2 remake for D2R? No, but I think they're going to their newest season. I think that's what I've heard.
Yep, tomorrow.
Yeah. So season, what season are they on now?
6?
8.
Or 8? Yeah.
8.
Season 8 starts tomorrow. There you go.
There's a lot of content in that game, though. Loads of new bosses, and they've done a really good job on it.
I like the maps.
Yeah, I do. Maps are amazing. I just think they, like, some things can be a bit much for people, like corrupting and stuff, but it is so fun when you get like a 6-socket wind force. Kind of cool.
I got a 5-socket map full built with cold bosses for freezing arrows on.
Oh, thank you for my Eld rune, Countess.
My map
Thank
is a
you.
2-socket, but I corrupted it with IESED. So it's kind of fun.
Nightmare Countess gave me an Eld rune.
Amazing. Because you're on PA.
It's nice of her.
1 Eld rune. That's a she didn't even give me like a double Eld. She had to just give me 1 Eld. At least I got a bill down here for my mercenary. That's actually a pretty good upgrade for him.
It's a nice find.
Well, it also goes along with the build. Now he's going to be freezing everything too. The Ice Blast actually has a pretty high freeze duration.
And if you ever find the armor, it's just a bit extra.
What's up, warning yo?
Hello.
Why are we warning you? What are we warning you about? What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? Be like, drop it. Talk to a dog. Drop it.
Oh, so you can find a 2-socket helmet that's not for you.
Good day.
It's got +3 natural resistance on it. It's worth 30k. I knew it was worth
That's
30k as soon as I saw it.
Yeah. Pretty
I'm kind of interested in this Vidala's boots. I can't remember the set bonuses for Vidala's. I know they beefed it up. It's been a little while though since I took a look at it. 2-piece for the amulet is 50% magic fine. That's actually pretty good.
Let's have a look.
Armor,
For the bow,
kind of garbage.
2 items with the bow's attack rating, armor's 5 res and defense, and the boots
the
for 2
amulet.
items is all res.
So
Amulet
the-
is 50 MF.
So the 2-piece with the amulet wouldn't be terrible.
Yeah,
If
like
I-
the boots and the amulet.
So I'll hang on to it just in case I get the amulet. You never know. Vidala's amulet can totally drop. That's doable.
8 all res and a bit of MF. Can't really moan.
Yeah, it's not bad. That'll a little bit of 50% MF is not terrible. I'm not gonna complain about that. It'll probably end up getting sold though if I never find the amulet.
Yeah.
Come on, Merc, get your butt over here and do something. Turd boy.
At least your valve turned up. They really need to improve the AI of the mercs. Badly. He just ran to like each edge instead.
Okay, well, you know,
Instead of the monster.
he's not the smartest. Okay, we're not trying. Stop hating on my Merc.
They just need to
He's
improve
not
it,
so
like-
smart. Okay, he's doing his best. He didn't get to go to school when he was younger, and his mom had to work 3 jobs. All right.
There's no excuse.
His mom had to work 3 jobs, and he had to work a 4th, just so they could get by. And they would freeze during the winter. Okay, and they couldn't afford books. They're expensive.
He doesn't need a book. He's got a pike.
I like how that completely turned around. By the way, like the whole like books are expensive thing. Books are no longer expensive.
No.
In modern day, you can literally go to like a thrift store and find like a ton of books for like 24 cent, 50 cent, like 76 cent, like $1.
You can find some really nice ones too.
Mm-hmm. We turned that around on its head, didn't we?
Razum works for free.
He doesn't work for free. I paid. Okay, I paid. I
He
pay
has
every
to gear him.
I pay every single
Bad enough.
time I freaking re-resurrected too.
But he's a dum-dum and keeps running to the wall instead of the monsters.
Yes. He does do that, actually. How did you know?
This is the site of Andariel.
It's just in his name.
His name is Ilzon, okay? Not Razan.
A bit ill. You are definitely doing more damage now with that piece armor.
Well, +2 skills is +2 skills is +2 skills. For this character, it's massive. A lot of people underestimate plus skills on Zons. Zons have so many passives. As long as you have at least 1 point in every passive. It's like...
Makes a massive difference on this character as well.
You know what? I forgot I need to set up my shortcuts here. I want to do Z, X, and I know I'll have one more later. Gotta get used to using my both my skills. They stack, so there's no reason not to be using them.
Fine. You here?
Yeah.
What are you doing to level at level 11?
In catacombs.
Why are you in catacombs? Why aren't you running like Tristram?
Running
Guess I could be doing that.
Tower's really good, and you find runes at the same time.
Yeah, generally, whenever I start a new character, it's run straight to tower, get Kane, and then go to the tower. And I just...
You could run tower until like level 12 or 13, yeah.
Yeah, I run tower and Tristram until I hit about 13, and it only takes me, I don't know, an hour?
I just walk the whole thing, and I'm usually 15, 16 before I hit Act 2.
Oh yeah. People forget that you actually level up very well when you just walk the game and actually kill everything.
Seriously, if you just walk the game, you will always be higher than the level required for the next zone. I've done this so many times now, and it's like, it doesn't matter if you're in a group, doesn't matter if you're by yourself, doesn't matter what, doesn't matter if you're in P8, P1. If you walk the entire Act 1 all the way from beginning to end, you will always end up higher than level 15 by the time you reach Act 2.
Yep.
What's up, Smith? He's gonna make some weapons from my bones.
I started my Javazon, I don't know, 2 days ago.
Fresh meat.
There's a solo self-bound kind of character. And I started her at like 9 p.m. and I beat normal at like
The sisters will be glad to have
11:30 midnight-ish. So,
Oh no, I'm not that fast.
I was level 29 or 30 when it happened. So,
I mean, if you just play through, you end up more than high enough for everything that you need to get to. I've never had an issue where like I was under leveled for ancients or any of that stuff, because I usually just walk and kill everything. I mean, you usually end up like, I think in my experience, if you walk, you will end up at level 25 around like Act 4, usually, like, well, P1, Act 4, Chaos.
Yes.
well, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
P8, Act 3, you'll be like level 25 in Act 3.
I usually hit like 22 or 23 killing Mephisto.
Like you could easily be level 30 in Act 5 before you even
Yeah.
like when you get into
Easy.
Ancients.
Oh, well, that was fast.
It's just because people rush the game so much that they don't really kill everything, and then they have to do tryst runs and all this lot. It's like you don't really have to if you just play the game.
I mean, like right now, I'm currently in Nightmare 1, and I'm currently level 48.
Exactly, when normally people have to do loads of bail runs in normal to get that.
Never did a single bail run except for the one that I killed Bale on originally, like the original bail run, basically.
Why are they all locked?
I don't know.
Oh, you got a key in your stash.
Yeah. Wait and grab a lamp.
Oh, flawless ruby.
I like flawless rubies. A gemerald. A quantum gemerald. Any of you guys ever watch that, like that really old The Center of the Earth, where they go down and they end up in like a chamber that's filled with like diamonds? And they were like, the diamonds were like the size of the ship. Like, they were like, it's diamonds. Hundreds and thousands of diamonds.
But my next thing to watch is Foundation.
But they poked a hole in the, like, there was like I guess there was like a giant geode or something. And they poked a hole in the giant geode, and it let the lava in, and the lava destroyed everything.
Have you watched Foundation at all, Ginger?
That was a different movie, Core.
No, serious.
That was the newer one. I was talking about the older one, but they reenacted that scene in the newer one too, yeah.
Ah, okay. Oh, I might have to rewatch that.
Yeah, the Core was pretty good. Not quite the same as the other one, though. I'm talking about the really old one. One where they dressed up lizards as dinosaurs, and they made it seem like the lizards were dinosaurs, and then they had like the lizards fight each other and stuff. And they put like lipstick on the dinosaur to make it look like they had battle wounds.
Oh wow!
It was an interesting way to simulate a dinosaur fight that wasn't actually a dinosaur fight. So that's what they did. They basically took like big lizards, and they pretended like they were obviously like giant dinosaurs, but they weren't giant dinosaurs. Used like some lens trickery and some other things.
Yeah, it sounds quite interesting.
I think isn't it Journey to the Center of the Earth, or the original?
I don't know. I know that
Journey to the Center of the Earth. Not the 2008 theatrical film. No, that's not it. 1959. Yeah, there it is.
Ah, okay.
1959. Journey to the Center of the Earth. It's
I like.
This one's really cool because it goes down. They go down into the center of the Earth. And we're never gonna find like a screenshot of the little dinosaurs and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the original, so I have to watch that.
Yeah, here's let's see, we got some images. Here's some of the dinosaurs right there. See the dinosaurs? They're not dinosaurs. They put like some fins and stuff on like some lizards, and they make them look like they're dinosaurs, but they're not really dinosaurs. And then they pretend to kill. Then they pretend to kill the lizards too. And then
that's a good way of doing it, though.
And then they
good
do
idea.
then they take like a lizard and they paint him red, so it looks like a evil red dinosaur. But it's really just a lizard. It's a really big. They make the lizards look like they put like spikes on their back.
Good idea, though.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good idea because then you have realistic, instead of some fake graphics or whatever or something that you made up. It's actually a real lizard, right? It's just not the lizard that you're looking for. But then through the the trickery of photography, like this one right here where they have them on the screen at the same time as the dinosaurs, they make the dinosaurs look really big.
Yeah, you just do like perception of someone being really far away and the lizards being really close to the camera.
There's another one right there where the lizard's looking at him, and there's like an underground like ocean underneath of the thing, and there's like giant mushrooms, and it's a pretty good one. I like the Journey to the Center of Earth. I like that old classic one. The classic one I think is the better one.
I like a lot of the classic stuff though, like even like the Medusas and stuff. The classics, they just don't make them like that anymore.
It's funny because at the end of the movie they find this asbestos. I kid you not. It's made out of asbestos. It's like a bowl or something. Apparently some natives or something were using that were lived down underneath the ground. And the asbestos bowl is like it's like thick. I mean, it's really thick. It's like probably like anywhere between like 12 inches to maybe even a little bit more than that thick. And it's domed, but it's made out of like pure asbestos.
Oh God.
And they actually at the end of the movie they actually ride the volcano erupts and the lava spews out and the asbestos bowl obviously survives because asbestos is like fireproof. And it's thick enough that it like completely survives the volcano.
Not many people could say they rode an asbestos bowl.
But now you have lung cancer.
Well, it depends on if the asbestos was, you know, in the air. It can't be if it's in the air, then you know that's bad. But
my next series to watch is season 2 of Foundation because I enjoyed season 1.
I haven't watched TV in so long.
there's a ghost in here, guys.
I like Foundation. It's really good.
Pretty sure there's a ghost. There's a ghost in here. I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned to look, there was nothing there.
Cody playing tricks on you so you feed him.
There's nothing there. It's a corner. There's no door. There's no nothing. It's just nothing there. I don't know what the hell it was.
Visible cheeseburger.
Invisible cheeseburger.
Yep.
That's his next character name.
Oh, we might need to make a post. If somebody could make a post reminding all the newer players that they need to put the GGM tag in their character name. I'm sure we'll have a lot of people forget.
And that's going to be great because we can accuse them of being invaders.
Yeah, and also remind them how many characters your name is capable of being. Because obviously with the GGM underscore in your name, you're very limited. What is the number for Diablo 2? Is it like 12 characters or something? I can't even remember.
There we go, I tagged Kinship.
I can't carry anymore.
Is a Journey a Jules Verne story? I think it is Jules Verne, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't have it up here anymore, but yeah, I think it's Jules Verne. It's the Jules Verne story. Inside bow, OMAC, in a stag base, which is terrible. I have a whole 30 to 37 damage. Woo! The soul rune with the 9 min on it is bringing up the min to like almost the same as the max. Hey, jail level 3. Down, down, we go, go. Down, down, we go, 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 go. I don't know. Maybe they made Diablo 2 Resurrected for all the wrong reasons. Maybe it was just greed. Maybe all they were trying to do was promote Diablo 4. Maybe at the end of the day, they have no intention of following through with anything further on Diablo 2 now that the Diablo 4 is out. But is it really a bad thing that we got Diablo 2 Resurrected? I think Diablo 2 Resurrected is a solid.
The servers are much better than the old ones, and there's less duped stuff and
less bots. They fixed a whole bunch of stuff too.
Yeah.
An ethereal Fushina.
What are you talking about? Diablo 4 is 4 and Diablo 2 is 2. 4 has to be better than 2.
Obviously 2 times better.
Third Diablo 2.
Well, poleaxe is 27 to 58. This is a spear, though. Spears can't be but a whole bunch of a couple different things. I don't know if it's worth rolling that.
Probably not.
I've been waiting for them to do this to Diablo 2 for so long. I remember that. I still remember the day I found out they were coming out with Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, finally!"
You should
like,
try and make your Mercer hustle though, because that would help him.
Finally, a hustle.
Yeah, hustle armor.
What kind of rich guy you think I be?
Very rich. Look at all them gems.
What kind of rich person you think I be? Hustle got some doojanks in it. I ain't got no doojanks.
Well, go find some doojanks. Come on, chop chop.
Chop chop, he said.
Yep. Or you can make me a coffee. It's up to you.
Okay, it'll be a while though.
Ooh, ghosties. Got bear. Nightmare.
I'm in Nightmare. Okay. It's no burr runes yet. Alright.
Well, or a co, or, you know, something useful.
Ain't no burr runes yet. I say yet. They will be burr runes.
They can drop from terrorized max level nightmare.
I need a key.
I'm just waiting for a 2-socket helm to drop.
Only from the elites though.
Four torture rack victims. All there's look on this torture rack. All there is an arm, a leg, and a leg. They ain't even a person on there no more. It's just the pieces of a person.
It's funny that when you zoom in on them things. Oh, you got pulled apart.
Wow. I mean, I can't actually use it because I'd have to socket quest it, but an ethereal superior splint panel, 165 defense with 15% enhanced. It's a lot of enhanced.
Why couldn't it have been a better base?
Well, it just had some sockets in it. That would have been nice. 2 sockets would have been good. What would I add to Diablo 2 Resurrected? Diablo Maker. That's what I would add to Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm telling you, it's a multi-million-dollar idea.
I'd add gem tabs and rune tabs that stack.
A multi-million-dollar idiller.
Oh, Blizzard can make a ton of money, Chad. They could literally sell a stash tab that's like just stacks gems, and then sell a stash tab that stacks ruins. You know, $5 each. If you've got a couple of thousand people buying both of them, you know, $10 times a couple of thousand, easy money. And it's not hard for them to do because they just pull it from the D3 and D4.
We're being able to see the Valkyries equipment would be fun. I like that. Being able to see the Valkyries equipment. That'd be nice than that.
You can on PD2.
Diablo Maker? Yeah, King Maggot, Diablo Maker. It's a really simple idea.
Build your own Diablo.
If you ever played Mario Maker, it's basically be the exact same idea as Mario Maker, but with Diablo. So what you do is everybody has their characters. So you get to keep your characters, right? And then everybody would have access to a tool set that they could create their own levels with. Choose the monsters they want to add to the level, and so forth and so on. What the modifiers of the monsters are. And they could have a goal to the end of the level, like killing X monster or collecting X quest things or whatever it may be, whatever you want to make the goal of your level. And then people would then take their characters and then actually, you know, pit themselves against these levels. The person who creates the level would have to be able to clear the level. This is important. So if you can't clear your level wouldn't be able to be uploaded. You would then download other people's levels and try and clear them. And then there would be like a ranking system where you could put stars on the levels and be like, okay, this level's really good, well designed, thumbs up. Or somebody makes a really stupid level and you'd be like, this level sucks. Like, don't play this level. This level's worse than doo-doo in a basket. Don't ask me why the doo-doo's in a basket. I don't know.
We make a level with only quill rats for Ginger.
Basically,
I think
yeah.
we should just make one, yeah.
Well, then that's the
We
whole
should make
thing.
A
is,
level that's just dolls.
well, and that's the whole thing. Is it would become very much so a content creator kind of a thing too, where you guys could create levels and send them to me as a challenge, and I would cry
just have
tears of
dolls everywhere.
blood when you send me the quill rat level.
We're just
The
gonna
level
do
would
a
just
full
be the
doll
level would just be named just for Ginger, and it would just be all quill rats. Like
And they're all,
fanaticized,
extra fast and
fanaticized,
extra strong.
cursed, extra fast quill rats.
You'd love it.
Conviction
You'd have a whale of a time.
aura.
They're all immune to everything.
Speaking of immune, Bonash
Oh,
is
yeah,
immune
this-
to cold.
He always is, isn't he? Poison nest.
Yeah, he always has nasty poison.
I'd happily sit there for a couple of hours and watch Ginger die to multiple krill rats. Be quite entertaining.
I think it would make a really interesting market for items too. I mean,
Yeah, like special level clearing items.
well, like for instance, if somebody were to make a level full of gloams, you know for dang sure that people are going to have like a Blackthorn's face, a T-Gods, and like a couple other items that are lightning absorption, like a wisp projector. they're gonna have a whole bunch of lightning gear stored up just specifically for those levels.
Quite fun.
I need a key.
Alright, one more point and freezing arrow will be maxed. Then it's just a matter of plus the skills, negative res, and any other thing I can get my hands on. Then I can start working on the Valkyrie. I may also put a couple more points into Pierce before I start working on the Valkyrie.
I was going to say I'd probably do a few points into PS first.
I mean, I already have 5, which is a pretty decent amount, but honestly, when it comes to this character, Pierce is very important. The higher
Especially
the Pierce, the better the damage.
Like the odds of you finding Razor Tail or something, it's like you may as well just put the points into PS.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can always respec later if I need to, but
Yeah.
like if I do find a Razor Tail, that'd be great, and then I could take that off and throw some more points somewhere else. Merc almost bit it.
Yeah, spicy room.
Flawless emeralds. A quantum gemerald. Make sure I stock up on potions whenever I kill elites. I picked up that ring. Oh, another soul rune. Well, I got plenty of soul runes this run. Plenty enough to make some more insights if I need to.
Got a moment at that.
Yeah, the ice zone that I made last season was really freezing. She was, after all, called frostbite. One of the main things that I don't like about the bosons is that they generally have such terrible resistances. I mean, safety-wise, I'm not really too worried about it, because I know my character can pretty much freeze everything, but there's always going to come a time where I'm going to have to, you know, pay the piper, so to speak.
Dodge and evade and...
I mean, it helps, but when you're really negative, like in hell difficulty, things go bad really quickly. Right now, I'm already negative fire and negative poison, although I have pretty decent lightning and cold.
Yeah, that is the one issue with bowies. That's why they need to add even like arrows, like a unique arrow with 20 all res and...
Well, that's one of the reasons why I like Witchwild String so much, is because not only because it has the 2 sockets, it's highly customizable, it's got the amp and everything, and it's really fast, but the other thing is it just has 40 all res on it. It's flat 40 all res. It's like, yay! I can
you
finally.
would think more bows would have had all res. Bows definitely lack a bit of res, to be honest.
Coif of Glory. I do like Coif of Glory.
Oh, hit blinds target's always lovely.
Oh yes, very nice. My old one is garbage anyway. That stupid thing, Rake Scar.
Just drop it on the floor, it's rubbish.
Well, not only is it rubbish, it also is worthless, so no value. Ghost armor, 1 socket, boom.
I hit blinds target's gonna be lovely.
Oh yeah, and I can always throw it on the Merc later if I end up with a better lifesteal weapon for him.
What if you find that lifesteal armor or something?
What is it? Skin of the Flayed one?
There's that, and there's also bone thingy, my bobbity doo dah.
Bone flesh, grey form quilted armor. There's a couple of different options.
Also,
Also,
I like grey form,
I
and
could
then upping it.
also I could find an IO rune and make him a bulwark, which bulwark is just crazy good.
Bulwark's insane.
It's lovely.
Ever since
Definitely
bulwark
happy they
came out,
added
it's like the go-to life leech helmet now.
Well, it's also because it's so easy to get.
Yeah, it's
So,
dirt cheap.
It's dirt cheap, it gives you damage reduction and life leech, it's insane.
And
Real
additional
IO
and maximum life too.
Like what it's what, level 30 something? Something like that?
You got good news warning? What's your good news, man? What's going on in your life today? Let me guess, you got a girlfriend.
Bought a cheeseburger.
A cheeseburger in paradise? Cheeseburger in a paradise. Cheeseburger in a paradise.
Maybe he's stocked up on coffee.
That's something that would be good for you. Yeah, okay, let's apply more rigid logic.
Yeah, that's good for me too, so I like coffee. I'm with him.
See?
See, that's a bad thing for me, though. I hate coffee.
Because you've got bad taste, obviously.
Obviously, I have good taste.
No, I have to agree with Meow.
My taste
Two
is
against one.
my taste is a good taste.
Coffee's just bad.
You have good taste in character classes. You have bad taste in food.
Except when it comes to beef jerky.
All right, we can agree on that. Beef jerky is the great
Oh,
equalizer.
I can't read what that is. It disappeared from the screen too quick. What the good news was.
Oh, the good news. He's talking about some Jesus. I already know that good news. You don't gotta share it to me. You can share it to somebody else, though.
One day we'll have to give it.
Meow reads everything out loud, like some sort of like a what's that thing that's on the games nowadays? It's like an auto reader thing. Yeah, like text. He's like a text to speech bot. He just like automatically reads out everything.
I don't believe in Jeebus, sadly.
I do.
I hope there's something afterwards, but with the amount of pain and suffering you see to like innocent children and stuff, I find it very hard to.
Well, that's free.
Stuff like that.
That's free will.
Yeah, I know. So I hope there's something, but who knows? I'll find out one day, I'm sure.
That is
Remember,
free
freedom
will.
has its price.
Yeah. I still try to be a good person. I don't steal. I don't do drugs. You know, I try and always be honest and stuff.
You do coffee.
Well, yeah, but everyone does coffee except Ginger because he's weird.
Yeah, you're definitely going to hell. You drink coffee.
Well, I'll be right there with you, Meow.
You're going to hell, Ginger, because you're playing a game of Satan.
Unfortunately, gingers don't have souls. Warning, yeah. So.
Well, yeah, you go
Alas.
to hell anyway because you're Ginger.
Alas.
There's no afterlife for him.
Alas.
Hurricanes, tomatoes. What? Oh, tornadoes. I read tomatoes. My God.
Coffee just tastes bad.
See, I love the taste of coffee.
Surrounded by strange people. Who are
No.
you?
They're the
I need
lizard
a good
people.
dark roast coffee, or I'm not happy.
That was the one. That was the one thing they got right in Bruce Almighty. Remember, he had 3 rules he had to follow, and one of them was you can't take away someone's free will.
Yep. When you grind your own coffee beans, it's like, oh.
Plus one pally. Could use that on my paladin.
Hey.
I certainly appreciate what you're trying to do, Warning, but let me give you a warning. Politics, religion, and sensitive topics are basically banned from the channel. It's not that I have no intention of, and it's not that I dislike the topic that you're bringing to the table, but it has no place on a gaming channel.
None of us are perfect, but, you know.
That goes for you too, Mia.
I was just saying I'm not perfect.
So I've gone and found a item that is normally worth a fat stack of cash, the 35k in the bank, and it's ethereal.
I mean, it might still be worth something. It's a half price, so it might be 15k in the bank. Or 17.5 in the bank. 17.5 in the bank.
Do you ever think they're going to increase the maximum selling price?
I mean, there are items in the game that are worth so much money. I mean, you could just one look in like the wand shop. If you find like the right wand in there, it's like 5 million gold just to buy the dang thing. Like I would think that eventually maybe they should, because some of these items are just worth so much gold. It would be nice to see exactly how much they actually sell for, besides just seeing 35k. Maybe they could make it into a, I don't know, a special thing where you only get access to it once you kill Hellbale. I don't know. Or maybe after you beat the Ubers, you get access to a special merchant or something that you can sell items to for more than 35k.
Sounds like an interesting option. Go. Your character must complete Ubers, and then you got a guy that'll buy an item for whatever its actual value is.
Ubers are pretty rough, though.
Do what?
Ubers are pretty rough, though.
That's true, and let's be honest, it's not exactly a super useful thing. So the number of people that are going to be like, oh yay, I can now get more gold faster is going to be real small.
I mean, hauling items to this special vendor might be kind of annoying, but might be worth it to sell the really good items. I mean, we might be talking about a vendor that's about as hard to get to as, say, the cow level. So maybe you gotta, like, go somewhere, grab an item, like, open up a special portal. But, like, it wouldn't be, like, a regular vendor that you go to in town.
Surrounded by quill rats.
Yeah, surrounded by quill rats.
I mean, I think if they just locked it behind Ubers, a lot of people just wouldn't bother because they don't do Ubers. They buy their torches.
I mean, the thing is, though, is when you play a sorceress and you don't really have a character that can actually do the Ubers, I mean, what do you expect? You're basically just on a character that's not really designed for the Ubers. You can farm the keys, so that's what they do. They farm the keys and then they trade the keys for a torch because some characters are way better at farming the keys, and some characters are way better at farming the torches.
Right. So you'd end up with the characters that can farm the keys not being capable of selling their items, whatever the ridiculous.
We would just have to do a tag along. They'd have to tag along with somebody else. That's really all there is to it.
Nah, it's got to be a solo kill.
No, it's fine. It doesn't have to be a solo kill. It's fine.
Gotta be a special instance of the Ubers where only one player is allowed
there. And your poison dagger necro couldn't kill him.
No, that's true. And a lot of your sorceresses and fire and wind druids couldn't.
Honestly, my poison dagger necro probably could. He was ridiculous. About the only thing that held him back was the only thing that held him back was literally durability. Gotta be one of the silliest things to hold back a character, but he could rip some things to shreds. But then he also had issues with like his freaking dagger breaking in like 3 seconds. I'd like to see how that character would roll if I just gave him like an indestructible dagger. I think every character has a build that they can do the Ubers on. I don't think that's necessarily out of the realm of possibility.
Your Meteor Sword can do it, but the question is if you're not going to run the Meteor Sword, are you really going to respec into that and then respec out just to do the Ubers to get access to that merchant?
Depending what the merchant gives, maybe.
Well, that's just it. I assume the merchant would give you nothing. He would just buy items at their maximum price.
What's up, Darkado?
No, I'd just make a gold twine barb.
Well, their maximum sell price. I think you're underestimating Meow just how much items can potentially sell for without the cap.
Oh, I know, but
like there's items that I know for a fact are worth in the millions.
like a jar of coffee.
I mean, what's the maximum gold that you can hold per character? 2.5 million, right? And then you got what, 4 tabs of 2.5 million, so that's what, 10 million?
What's the point?
10 million total. There are items in the shop right now. Like, let me go look in the Nightmare shop just as an example. But if I look in a car, I guarantee I'll find an item in here that's worth hundreds of thousands. Like, this is 148,000 staff right here that doesn't even have all that great stats on it. Here's a 650,000 gold scepter. 650,240 gold scepter. That one is +3 salvation, +1 redemption, +2 sanctuary, and it gets even worse than that. Like, there's some items in here, if they roll with the right +3 skills, combined with another +3 skills and maybe the right modifiers, they go upwards of frickin' millions. This one is 327,000 for a wand, 360,000 for this wand, 467,000 for that wand. I mean, if you think about it in these terms, like when you come across one of those ridiculously valuable items, it's like, say you came across something that was +3 fire golem, +3 lower resist, and +3. I don't know what's the other tree. Bone Spirit. You know how much gold that's worth? Even if nobody ever wants to use it, maybe it's something stupid like a blue wand or something, and it doesn't have any actual purpose. But that +3, +3, +3 would literally probably sell for like even at half value would probably get you 1,000,000 gold.
Sure.
Which comes back to another interesting thing that we didn't even think of. Maximum amount of gold in the player's inventory. Even at level 99, the most you can ever hold is 990,000, right?
Right, so it'll just drop the excess on the ground like it usually does. On top of that, it also becomes a way to, how do I put this, sell gold easier. So rather than trying to, if you want to offload a stash tab of gold for like a pull rune or whatever it usually goes for.
Oh yeah, you could potentially sell the item.
Right.
And the item would represent the gold, and then you take the gold to the vendor and sell it, and you get the person would get the gold. It would almost be like gold tokens.
Exactly. Yes. The item becomes a gold token. So
I see what you're saying.
When you find that 10 million gold item, rather than trying to sell multiple stash tabs of gold, you just sell the 10 million gold wand.
Yeah.
That'd be really interesting. I like that.
It opens up a whole new avenue of trade, which I find
Ooh, a rare amulet. Amazon, 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 not Amazon. Oh my god, sucks balls. Freaking Shadow Discipline.
Man, my solo self-found Amazon has just gotten the best luck. I have etched Andariel shell. I managed to get a limb rune for a treachery for my merc.
He's a hacker. That's what she is. No, it's okay. Yeah.
Well, I found these 30 IAS 2 to Amazon skills javelins.
Hacker, hacking hacker.
Yep, he's a hacker. I agree.
Well, I found the Ring of the Jackal.
You're all hackers.
It's +1 in life.
Been a good run. I also got the ward, that massive shield with all the
resistances. Yeah, I guess for a Javazon that'd be a pretty good early starter.
Paired with the Andariel shell, it's amazing because I don't need rhyme for cannot be frozen.
Rhyme is so nice for the magic find though.
That's true, but I'm not sure I need any more gear to complete the game.
Need my Ring of the Jackal.
Speaking of gear, we've now completed Act 1 Nightmare, so I can go kill Bandy again. Andy Bandy. This is the fun part where you get to go farm Andy over and over again and get some good gear.
Hopefully.
Are you sure you don't want a ring with +1 to life?
No, I'm good. I have a 30 to lightning res ring.
4015 Mang song? What? What are you talking about?
Are you talking about putting a 4015 tool in a Mang song?
No, I think he's just talking about the items that I found. I didn't find a Mang song in my solo self-found run. I mean, that would be impressive.
That would be.
Do 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 do
It'd be sad also that you wouldn't have it online.
For what?
It would be sad that you found it offline and you wouldn't have it online to use on your online character.
I mean, things that are highly valuable like that. I'm actually more excited about things that are useful for my character in the solo self-found runs. I'd be excited to find a Wisdom Draw, or I'd be excited to find, you know, like a Soge, just simply because I could use it.
Burial Shell's really nice, but it's not exactly going to set the world on fire with how powerful it is. But I was really happy to get it.
I think that's one of the cool things about solo self-found is that you do actually get very excited about finding things that you would not get excited about finding online. It's like being starved in the desert. You got no water and got no food. Somebody gives you like a turnip, and you're like, yes, a turnip! You chomp that turnip down, and it's the best turnip you ever ate in your life. It's the best turnip.
Why is it so weird to turn it?
I'd even drink Meow's coffee if I was in the desert.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
I don't think that'd be a good idea. It has a tendency to dehydrate.
Coffee is dehydrating?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Just about anything that has caffeine.
So decaf then. I don't think Meow keeps decaf on hand.
No, decaf is anathema.
Fine, I'll just chew the coffee grounds. Delicious.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. Give him a bunch of antidote potions so he doesn't die to Andariel.
Alright, so the next hit delay absolutely changed the Dabazon effect. Because you're no longer limited to just a single functioning lightning strike.
I mean, Lightning Strike got amazingly fixed, yeah. I mean, it was always useful. You would always use it at the start of a fight. I mean, if you didn't use it at the start of the fight, you were silly. But
right, but it was never worth really spamming. Now it's just like
no.
use two abilities. Like
You use it at the start of the fight. It has like 1,000,000 bounces, so you never really had to worry about it anyway. It would just go off on its own. But if you used it more than one of them, it was a bad thing.
Now it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Using multiple of them just it's AoE destruction.
Well, they no longer interfere with each other, so. Sharkskin belt. 24% faster hit recovery. Cold resist 25%. Lightning resist 27%. Wow.
It's a nice belt.
That is a nice. That is very nice, actually. Yeah. I like that. Crown of Doofiness. Death's Touch War Sword, which is garbage. Giant Sword, garbage. I mean, all in all, not bad. I'll take an upgrade. Upgrade is an upgrade. Upgrade. Decent reses. A two res faster hit recovery belt is nice.
It's a lot better than my 17F faster hit recovery, 5 cold res, 28 fire res belt.
Oh god. Wrong button.
It's locked.
The gold dagger from Geed was freaking nice. It was sick. Well. Kill a couple more Andys. I don't see any reason why not to farm it by Andy for a little while after you get her. I mean, I feel like it's just a no-brainer. She drops a lot of good stuff. What's up, Doofenshmirtz? Long time no see, my boy. I'm alright. Having a good day. Playing a little Diablo. I started a new series today that no one is aware of. I'm not even gonna tell you what it is. But there's a new series for my YouTube channel. It's gonna be coming in. I was trying to figure out some more avenues to go through now that I've completed my solo self-found, or sorry, my skills and abilities series, and I was having trouble coming up with some ideas, but all of a sudden one of them popped into my head, and I'm like, you know, this is a pretty good idea. I think people are gonna like this. And I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but that's yeah. So you guys will find out. Hey, Doofenshmirtz with the sub. What's up, Doofenshmirtz? Coming at you hot with a big old pot. Macaroni and cheese. Gonna hit you in the side of the head with a pot. Mashed potatoes, please. I got a funny story about mashed potatoes.
Ginger assaults you with food, apparently.
That's right. I have the funniest story about mashed potatoes. So a long time ago, this was a thing during Thanksgiving. My dad was he always has had trouble with his legs. He doesn't usually walk as fast as a lot of other people. Like he really kind of slowed down in his older age. But you know, it'd take him a little while to get somewhere and sit to the table or whatever he was doing, right? He's always complaining about his legs hurting. So anyway, we're all sitting there at the table for Thanksgiving, and my dad's, you know, just sitting there waiting, and Mom comes up. She's got the big old bowl of mashed potatoes, and she's spooning the mashed potatoes on everybody's plate, right? She's going around and spooning the mashed potatoes because it's Thanksgiving, and you know, she wants to make a show of it. So she gets to my dad's plate, and I don't know what happens, but the mashed potatoes fall off the spoon and onto his hand. And these things is hot. These are some hot potatoes. And my dad gets up faster than anything anybody even thought he was ever possible of, runs to the kitchen sink and washes off his hand. You know, in cold water so he doesn't get burned. But we're all standing there in disbelief at the man who literally hobbled to the table and took like 10 minutes to reach the dining room table from the kitchen. Then all of a sudden he was in the kitchen literally with his hand under the sink before we could even blink. Them mashed potatoes must have been hot. Oh man, it cracked me up every time I think of it. He was just gone. It was like flash. Like you blinked and it was like poof. And it's funny because nobody in the family, like we were all at the table, nobody in the family could even believe what the hell happened. we were all just like, wait, what? Where did he go? Four-socket ethereal war scythe. War scythe is what? Nightmare? I don't even remember.
Normal, I think.
I don't think that's a good base. I don't think that's a good base. Oh yeah, that's the normal. That's just the normal one. So that's
I've also
really
found
amazing.
2 hedge strikers on my solo self-found Amazon.
Oh, did you put it on your Merc?
I'm currently using a light insight.
Oh, when you find 2 head strikers, you got to make a freaking insight. I mean, I'm a head striker Merc. What the hell is going on up in here?
You have a treachery. Merc and just watch it.
I mean, with 2 head strikers, that's like the perfect weapon.
They're not ethereal, but
Even non-ethereal, they're still amazing.
and the barbarians, what is it? AI is a lot more aggressive than the spear guys.
Oh, the regen is better than on the barbarians. They have better faster hit recovery breakpoints too, so you don't need to actually stack faster recovery on them to make them useful. The spear guys, if you don't put faster hit recovery on them, they're basically useless. They'll just get stuck in like infinite faster hit recovery locks. It's pretty bad. Act 2 Merc has the same faster hit recovery breakpoints as the Sorceress.
Very.
The Barbarian, on the other hand, man, the Barbarian's faster hit recovery breakpoints is legit. And he regenerates really fast, too. He has a really quick regeneration rate.
You just give up the insight and infinity.
I mean, depending on your character.
I don't have an infinity. I'm
The
solo
Roth's
stealth guy.
collar.
I think that if I managed to get an infinity before I beat hell, that would be.
If you manage to get an infinity, you're a hacker. 100%. It's pretty
I
much
mean,
it.
we've already established that he's a hacker, so when is this happening?
I don't know. Tuesday.
Hacker. He's a heckin' hacker. That's what he is. Erotha's amulet. It's not a bad find. I would totally rock fully Rothas all the way through the game on a boson. Oh god. Oh god. Oh dear Lord Jesus, save me.
I have the belt and the gloves. I haven't found anything else.
What's
What's
the
the
level mine on PD2?
What's the coil? What are the pieces of that with a coil and collar?
It's hard to find the Rothas set because of the way that it shares so many drops. It's one of the only sets in the game that literally every single piece shares a drop table with something else. The gloves share with Arctic mitts. The amulet shares with all the other set amulets, which is a lot. The helmet shares with Millibrega's diadem, which is terrible. And the belt shares with the infernal belt. So sometimes it's hard to get your hands on all the pieces because you'll have them drop, but then it'll roll the other one, the crappy one, like the infernal belt or the Millibrega's diadem or whatever.
The belt was the one that took me the longest to get because it kept rolling infernal. I think I found like 9 of those before I found one of Rothas.
It's painful.
Is there a difference between the mercs in normal and nightmare?
Not anymore, no. In the original LOD there was.
Because I don't feel like saving the barbarians in nightmare.
Yeah, as far as I know, in D2R they fixed that. That's not a thing anymore. Speaking of barbarians and nightmare, I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break.
Enjoy your poop.
Hey, I'm grunting. That's right. Eye of the toilet.
Does the Frenzy Barb actually use Taunt that often?
Not sure.
I kind of hate saving the barbarians, all those bullets flying around.
I normally just hit stuff, but not hitting stuff because you're moving so quick with Frenzy, you can't actually see what you're doing.
Well, I'm going to hire Khan. I imagine Ginger would have appreciated that.
I always try and get Ragnar.
Ragnar.
I've had Bob as well. Bob's cool.
Well, I think I turned the corner around level 13. It's going faster now.
The minute you get away from a whole bunch of creatures that have block chances, it'll be a lot easier.
Well, I also found 2 tier runes.
That's also incredibly helpful, yes.
It might be viable for ladder start.
I mean, let's be honest. Normal, when you're going to have the most of your troubles, is when the game is at its easiest. So when you're playing solo and you got to do everything on your own, it's a lot bigger deal than when you're effectively charging through the game as a group. Although I did. Go ahead.
I'll just stay behind the Necromancer and the Assassin for the first 10 levels. Actually, Assassins don't get Wick of Fire until level 12, so...
What is the recipe for upping the head strikers?
Elite 2 exceptional to elite or whatever it is.
That's a pull rune, isn't it?
Yeah, each.
Lumpaw, perfect emerald.
Alright, well, that's not gonna happen.
Pull runes are cheap, just, no problem. Right, you're solo self-bound, right?
I don't have the old version of the game to import a character full of broken stuff.
Not Terror approaches Sanctuary. Terror begins to form within Sanctuary.
You didn't register your original copy of LOD?
My original copy of LOD was long before the BattleNet launcher. And how do I put this? I don't remember anything about it. It was on a computer I do not own anymore and haven't owned in probably 2 decades.
Do you not still have the original disc anywhere?
I do not. I lost
Or
it in
the
house
CD
fire.
keys? Oh,
Nope, house fire, so everything went with it.
so I still had my original keys wrote down. And that was one file I always swapped over computer to computer because it's so small anyways.
Yeah, I lost mine. I played 1.04 to 1.10, I think.
I linked mine to the BattleNet thing just so that it saves your CD key on your account. And then you can just get it whenever.
Takes forever to download.
Because your internet sucks.
Yeah.
No, I mean it really doesn't matter. It doesn't even like compete with my internet. It makes my internet look like lightning. Because it loads through like that old weird launcher. And they haven't had a patch on LOD in so long, since like 2020 or something.
Radament's like 4 screens away from where he should be.
I actually feel like my spear guy was more effective than the barbarian. Although I can't tell if that's just because he was passing light to my Valkyrie.
Maybe. The barbs are more tanky though. They'll take a lot more damage.
Especially with the treachery on it. Max res and all the biz damage. Reduction.
Especially if you make him a bulwark.
I don't have a IO or a 3-socketed helm. I did get, what is it, Worm Skull though.
Oh, that works. At least he's got some life lead.
All I know is that everything in Act 3 is lightning immune and I hate it.
It's true.
At least my barbarian is strong enough to deal with this. I'm just letting my Valk and Barb chew through everything.
And because he's frenzy, he runs fast, he catches monsters quick.
Aggressive and cranky.
Yeah, so it's good. Yeah, it keeps stuff at bay, which I like. I think they're pretty good mercenaries.
Now that I'm one-tapping everything, it's not too bad.
Yeah, no, the beginning with her is a little slow, but there's a break point where your average damage just gets so high that you're gonna start one-tapping everything. Around the end of Act 2, when you finally get Charge Strike and such, the game's just gonna speed up.
I'm level 17 at the start of Act 2.
Did chunks take off?
I don't know. I'm slowly falling asleep.
It was Ginger, Meow, and Gear. Chunks is gone. Between the 2-tier runes and I 1 or 2 tap everything, and I've got some plus mana from gear, it's tolerable now.
Yeah.
That break point where you're like no longer just sucking down stamina potions, health potions, and mana potions all the time.
It's nice when you no longer have to smash the Flask piano.
Act 1 was rough, like kill 10 mobs, go back and buy potions.
I literally filled my inventory with potions just to keep moving. I knew my damage was going to be bad for most of Act 1, so I just bought a terrible spear and ran around naked poking things.
Very kinky.
There's level 18.
Let me guess, you forgot to invest in that extra point for lightning bolt to get charge strike.
No, I've got it. Charge strike costs 4 mana. Power strike costs 4.2. I wonder if charge strike is turn on the power strike.
It won't be. It says it does less damage, but because each bolt calculates its average damage independently, it has a tendency to hit on average for more damage.
I'm off, guys. I hope you both have a nice night.
You have a good one.
See you later.
Sleep well. Still need to find a cube. Last thing I need is some Fester Run Walk.
Meow died.
Yep, so did Chunks.
Chunks died. Meow died. Oh no. Playing Diablo 4 still? Not until Season 2. I'm not going to pick it back up until Season 2. El Duardino. There's too many issues. Too many problems right now. Let's see what they do to address some of the issues before I go back. Also, as a content creator, it really freaking sucks. I'll be perfectly honest with you. One of my favorite things to do is to chronicle a video game and basically like come up with all the information on everything, right? So that you have like a endless database of almost Herodric knowledge to go over, right? Good luck when they're changing everything every freaking patch. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna change all the unique items. We know they suck. Don't worry about that. All those videos you made, Ginger, yeah, you're gonna have to remake those. F you right up the butthole with a rusty spoon. In other words, I can't make my videos until they actually like start figuring out what the hell they want to do with the game.
That's gonna be a year or two.
Well, to be fair, they did it with Diablo 2 as well. It just wasn't this quickly.
Made some cup of soup. Cup of soup, cup of soup, got some dago, cup of soup. Gonna take a
Diablo
cup of
2
soup.
was a much different game at launch.
That's true.
I mean, I give Diablo 2 leeway because Diablo 2 was the first of its kind. Many years ago. Many eons ago. They had, they had a lot of stuff to think about, a lot of things to do. It wasn't as easy as just simply it is now.
Yeah, now we've got 20 years of prior different games.
Exactly.
Systems that Blizzard could have stolen from and could have learned from.
Yes.
And chose not to.
We have 23 years of experience with Diablo 2. They recently remade Diablo 2, so they know all the things about Diablo 2. They have tons of experience with Diablo 3, failing, auction houses, all sorts of things, expansion packs, everything with Diablo 3. They know the mistakes from Diablo 3, so they have a wealth of experience to pull upon. Not only that, but they also have a wealth of experience with World of Warcraft to pull upon too, and other games that are in their genre. So they have a wealth of experience that the Diablo 2 developers did not have. And I think that's one of the biggest complaints that people have about Diablo 4, is that they made tons of mistakes that could have been very easily avoided had they just simply looked back and been like, we did do that in Diablo 3, and it was terrible. Let's not repeat that dumb mistake. And I can give them a pass on Diablo 2 even. Like, I understand that argument, Sean, and I can even be like, okay, well, the Diablo 2 team and the Diablo 3 team are two completely different teams, and the Diablo 4 team is probably composed of the Diablo 3 team, right? But we look back at Diablo 3, and you can still see in Diablo 3 mistakes that they had already fixed, that they still made in Diablo 4, despite the fact that they had already fixed them in Diablo 3. It's absolutely atrocious for
Well,
them
not
for
just
them to
that.
make the same mistakes that they made in Diablo 3.
They don't do basic opposition research. They don't go look at what are the biggest, most played ARPGs and try and find out why those are so good, and can we, I don't know, maybe do what they do slightly better either through simplification or through modification of that basic system. If you were to go make an adventure game or an ARPG, you'd go look at Diablo 2, you'd go look at Path of Exile, you'd go look at all these things and find what they do really well, what they don't do well, and try to steal what they do really well and remove what they don't and replace it with something that you might think is better. And that might make a better game, or it might make a bigger piece of crap. Who knows?
Well, I mean, you have to identify what you think is the good parts of a game and what you think are the bad parts of a game. I mean,
I would even say it's less about what you think, and it's more about who's going to buy and play your game. Because it really doesn't matter when it comes to, how do I put this, making a product to sell. It doesn't really matter what I think the best game is. I'm a singular individual. What matters is what everybody that plays these games and spends money on them is willing, it likes.
I don't know if I've ever seen two whales in the same.
hey, a crown. Is it going to be Millibregas or is it going to be Erathis? My vote is Millibregas because it always dicks me over. Yep, Millibregas. Never seem to get the one I want. I'll be honest. Frickin' Erathis would go frickin' really nice. Oh, a unique amulet. What? Eye of Atlich. Oh.
+1 to skills.
Nice. +1 life leech and extra cold damage, which adds into my freezing arrow. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Got me an eye of Atlich. Don't put it on my neck and you can't tell me not to.
My summoner druid got that in Act 2 sewers, and it was like perfect timing.
Did Blizzard North make any other comparable games to Diablo 2? I mean, they made a lot of really good games.
Didn't they make Diablo 1?
Yeah, they made Diablo 1, which was the first one. And Diablo 1 was a pretty good title. It had its flaws, namely the online service allowed you to save your character on a local level, which meant you could basically just go in there and modify your character whenever you wanted to. There were some other issues with Diablo 1, like not being able to run in town. I'm not really sure who made that decision. That was a really silly decision in my eyes. I mean, not being able to run in combat is one thing, but not being able to run in town, I don't really know why that seemed rather silly. Because I can even understand, like, from a D&D standpoint, I think a lot of people look at it and they, like, you know, what is it? Flat-footed is what it's called in D&D. You get caught flat-footed, which basically means you were not paying attention. You were moving. You weren't in a defensive stance, right? So your defense is then, you know, basically null and void because you got caught flat-footed. There's a premise for it within fighting, is that basically if you're caught in a vulnerable position, it doesn't matter how much armor you have. It doesn't matter how much, you know, how good you are at dodging attacks, because, you know, like, you're on the ground with your legs over your head for some reason, right? It's like, how are you going to dodge an attack? You know? But in town, though, it just didn't make any sense. I think most people who played Diablo 1 never really quite got over the fact that you couldn't run in town. Making you walk everywhere in town was a little strange. And it didn't even feel like walking either. It just felt like a leisurely, I don't even know, like a jaunt. It felt like a jaunt, like you were just jaunting. Like, you weren't actually walking with any kind of expedience anywhere. You were just jaunting there. I know that might sound kind of silly, but... I think Blizzard North made a bunch of other games too. I can't remember. Wasn't Blizzard North involved in the original Warcraft games as well?
As far as I know, right, they got canned fairly quickly after Diablo 2's expansion.
Apparently they made a game called Justice League Task Force that came out on the Super Nintendo. Which I've never heard of. They made Justice League Task Force, they made Diablo, Diablo 2, and Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. Apparently that's it.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that they got canned fairly quickly after Lord of Destruction because
They were working on Diablo. They were working on Diablo 3.
They should have left it to them to make Diablo 3. But apparently, from what I hear, it was office politics, so they decided to fire everyone at Blizzard North and move on because they didn't like the way they ran their portion of the business.
According to this, they also helped in World of Warcraft Burning Crusade. And apparently also the World of Warcraft trading card game.
WoW had a trading card game?
Apparently it's called World of Warcraft, the trading card game.
The more you know.
Interesting. You never played D&D,
really
Darkado? Did you ever play Baldur's Gate 3? Baldur's Gate 1? Baldur's Gate 2? Icewind Dale? Neverwinter Nights? I mean, if you played those games, you've played a form of D&D.
Did you ever play Knights of the Old Republic or Knights of the Old Republic 2?
Those are D&D?
Yeah, both of those are based off of 3 and 3.5 specifically.
Huh, did not know that. What's up, your buddy Travo? What's up, Teddy?
How do you not notice that? It's the same stats and the same... It's basically the same stat sheet.
I don't know, I just, I think I was too caught up in the other part of that game. Like the sci-fi kind of fantasy element of it.
Jedi, magic, space wizards?
Yeah.
I didn't notice it at first, but I realized it when I started getting my, face shoved into the pavement on a regular basis that I was doing something wrong. And when I decided to dig into the stat sheets, and that basically I'm like, wait a minute, this is basically just a 3 and 3.5 clone.
Aren't a lot of your RPGs based off of D&D?
Well, as he just listed, I think we've actually listed most of them. Neverwinter Nights, the Knights of the Old Republic games, the Baldur's Gate games were all based off of their particular edition of D&D. I do believe Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were based off of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, aka 2nd edition.
I mean, you have Final Fantasy took some things from Final Fantasy 1. You have, I think even EverQuest took some of it. Not everything, but...
I'm talking about core mechanics. So when you look at, like, how when you go to hit an enemy, the way that Knights of the Old Republic and 1 and 2 do it is they take your attack bonus and they randomly roll a d20. And if that number meets or exceeds the enemy's AC, you hit. Then your damage is all based off of a different number of dice. So you can literally take the amount of damage any weapon in the game does, and it's either a 1d4 or 1d6 or 2d6 or 2d8 or 1d8. All of them are 1 to 8 or 1 to 6 or 1 to 10. Which are all the dice used in Dungeons & Dragons. They literally just reskinned a lot of the items. You could quite easily, okay, reskin items in Dungeons and Dragons to function in a Star Wars world. Not hard at all. Even most of the spells are easily convertible. My longbow turns into a blaster rifle. My hand crossbow turns into a blaster pistol.
Yeah, Death Beetle got me. Maggot Lair is not fun with 0% lightning resist and beetles.
No.
Actually, you can do it just fine with 0% lightning resist. All you have to do, and I'll tell you the secret. The lightning always comes out in a very specific pattern. So you have to basically pull them back until you find a corner. And then what you do is you stand exactly on the corner in just the right sweet spot, and the lightning will miss you. And you can kill as many of them as you want. You just don't move from the spot, and you just continue fighting them at that spot. And when they come forward to fight you, they will enter that dead zone where the lightning can't touch you. And you just rinse, repeat that until all of them are dead. And the next time you find a pack of beetles, you're just going to have to draw them back to one of the corners so you can repeat the process. I don't remember the exact pattern off the top of my head, but it doesn't take too long for you to find the exact spot where you're not getting hit.
Yeah, nobody's just go hire a mercenary and feed him potions and let him deal with it.
I mean, it works with the mercenary too. If you draw it back a little bit, the mercenary can also kill them without getting hit by the lightning. It's a little bit of a tactical thing that you have to do with lightning enchantment, but if you do it properly, you will be able to completely avoid the lightning damage.
I hate Act 3.
Everybody's favorite act.
I thought most people already knew that kind of stuff though, with the stupid little dead zone and the lightning enchantment.
I just make sure I go through and pick up some lightning.
I mean, it's the same thing for when you're out in the open too. You kind of look for the dead spot in the lightning enchantment, and you just kind of stand in it. That way, you don't have to worry about them hitting you. Only problem is when the monster turns, the dead zone changes. It turns with them, so it's a constant struggle when they're out in the open. But when you have them inside of a tunnel and they're locked in one particular position and they can't go anywhere, and they can't go backward and they can't go forward, it's pretty easy to lock them in a position where they're not hitting you.
I'm just a magnet for lightning bolts. That's what I'll be for my group. Just I'll absorb all the lightning bolts.
You will be the base tank?
Yes. Didn't help that beetle was cold enchanted, so they were cold and lightning bolt. The lightning bolts that have cold or fire on them really hurt a whole lot more.
I don't think that's how that works, though, Dine. I don't think that Cold Enchant applies through the beetle's lightning charge bolts.
His lightning was doing a whole lot more damage than the other ones.
That question is something I have still yet to figure out exactly. Because, like, Cursed, for instance, can apply through... it's not just a proc. It's not a procking effect, because it applies, like, when you hit them. It applies when they hit you. It applies, like... there's, like, a bunch of different... If they cast a spell in your general vicinity, like, if they hit somebody that's next to you, it procs around you. Like, it's... I don't know. Like, it could... The Cold Enchanted could actually be procking through the lightning.
That's nonsense.
I have to make a 95 light risk character with no cold residency.
I mean, there is one example of a spell that actually does have lightning and cold in it at the same time, which is that stupid tainted ball. That tainted ball is actually lightning and cold at the same time.
That's why it's so hateful.
It is hateful. Ooh, now that's an interesting find. Ice Blink.
You know what? I'm just getting carried through Act 3 by my Barb and a Valkyrie.
Anything wrong with that? Come on. You're paying him.
You're slowly.
You're paying him.
I mean, it's an amazing feeling when I finally find something I can kill.
Man.
3 out of 3 enemies in every out of the last Spider Forest and Great Marsh with lightning.
So do I put the Ice Blink on, or do I put the Ice Blink on my Merc so he can just freeze everything? I feel like my Merc would be a better choice.
I mean, don't you already freeze everything?
Yeah, but the freeze actually adds to my freeze and makes it last longer. But yeah, then he'd be able to freeze too.
I mean, if you had... Let's be honest. What's better than crowd control? Or crowd control? Alright, so I have a theory. Do you think it's possible to do a Merc-only run?
No.
No?
They don't have what it takes to bypass physical immunities and things like that. Cold immunities, fire immunities, etc. I've actually tested my what I did was I had my Vengeance Paladin, and I outfitted a Merc, like, to the T's. I mean, like, absolutely to the best ability that he possibly could. And what it came down to was, yes, he could kill things, and he could kill things pretty quickly, because I had conviction. I was supporting him, not the other way around. I kind of stood there, and I was like a dummy. I pretended to be his Merc, basically. But he just could not bypass certain monsters. There were certain monsters in the game he was just incapable of bypassing. I mean, if you want to say, like, I'll teleport my Merc around and then make him get to the bosses, because none of the bosses are immune to anything. So at the very least, from that perspective, they should all technically be able to kill the bosses, although they really have to be geared to the 9s for that. The real problem just comes into the play is that they wouldn't be able to make it through most of the immunities in the game that counter whatever it is that they do. Like, for instance, the Fire Merc or the Cold Merc or the Lightning Merc, as soon as they come across Fire, Lightning, or Cold immunes, they're done. The Barbarian, as soon as he comes across physical immunes, he's done. I mean, you could give him, like, Lawbringers or something to try and counter the physical immunities, but have you ever seen, like, a Barbarian with Lawbringers try and work through a physical immune? It's painful.
Well, at that point, wouldn't you try to do something dumb, like get the Infinity and be a Necromancer for amp damage? Or...
Well, I mean, that's basically the idea. Is you can't eliminate yourself from the equation, so you have to do something. You're not standing there. You're basically his Merc at this point, right?
Right.
Because you have a Merc. So you would gear yourself out to help him. I mean, in that case, your best chance to get through the entire game is probably going to be the Necromancer with amp damage. So probably a physical Merc with a Necro with amp damage. But there are going to be monsters that are unbreakably immune. I'm not sure what you would do in that scenario.
What about an Obedience with the Fire, Res, and Enchant?
I mean, in a lot of cases, wouldn't you just reset in that case? Because the how do I put this? Infector has a high chance of being unbreakably physically immune, especially in hell. If he becomes stone skin. So in that case, wouldn't you just reset until he doesn't come up with stone skin? I'm not saying it'd be easy, but it's possible. I'm also saying do it on players 1.
Oops, I may do that.
I would think the Act 2 Merc with obedience for fire damage.
It's fire is one of the most prolific immunities within the game. It's you're just asking for trouble
He would
with
have
that.
fire and physical.
And, well, that's just it. If fire immune is one of the most prolific in the game, then the chances of you coming across fire physicals are very common. Because you got to think that there's also dual immunes as well, so you're going to come across monsters that are going to be both. Now, what I did in my run was I pretended as if I was, you know, like in some situations you would have your mercenary set up specifically to counter something like that. So like if I was a physical fire character and I came across a physical fire immune, my mercenary might be a cold mercenary to counter that, right? So you could potentially add in a third element through yourself, essentially making yourself into the mercenary. But I'm not really exactly sure how well that would work out logistically in the, like, the mercenary did it by himself category.
Yeah, for running Chaos on my Necromancer, Infector is the most common that I ever see with physical and fire.
Well, level 53 Amazon now.
I'm level 77, and I'm just slowly chipping my way through the player jungle.
But you're saying I'm gonna hit a brick wall in Act 3 Nightmare? Or
Act 3 hell. I mean,
For
unless
what?
you've like the Java's on here. Okay, both my Black Marsh, Flare Jungle, and Spider Forest spawned both lightning immune enemy types.
That is one of the more painful areas for that character.
So I have literally, you know, 80% of what I've been fighting has been lightning immune. So I just have to stand here and wait for my Merc to chew through it. And, I mean, I'm fortunate. I got the Head Strikers and the Treachery, so he's getting the job done. It's just.
I mean, dual head strikers and treachery. He should be chunking through some jank.
He is, but the real problem comes down to the sheer numbers of fetishes.
Do you have the runes to upgrade the head strikers?
That's a pole rune I do not.
I got lucky last time. I got like 3 pole runes, but it was I know that's really lucky. I'm well aware.
I mean, I feel lucky for the Andariel show and the Treachery alone, so. Most of my solo self-bound is more like, oh, well, that's that stealth you made and normal is the best thing you're gonna get.
A Merc only Uber run? I don't believe that. That sounds not possible.
If you include like what is it?
Well, isn't that what we're arguing though? Is what is included and what counts and what would invalidate the run?
I would say anything where you deal damage. So, or a good example would be you can't take Holy Fire Aura. You can't use any attack skills. You could run Thorns or a buffing aura, something to strip immunity.
I'm gonna be honest. Even fully twinked out, I still don't think a mercenary or do Ubers by himself. Now, with the support of a player, yeah, maybe I could see that. But I mean, what are we talking here? Like last wishes? I mean, if it was like dual last wishes, maybe. It's not a matter of amount of time. I don't necessarily even think time is the issue. I think it's the mercenary would die. I don't see any situation where the mercenary doesn't die to the Ubers, not without some sort of assistance from the player. I mean, and I mean massive assistance from the player. I mean, if you guys are unaware, let me enlighten you about this little clause that's written into the mercenaries as far as bosses.
They take 4 times damage?
Yeah.
I think double. Is it double or 4?
It's not even just that. They have a bunch of stupid rules regarding bosses, and the Ubers would most definitely count as bosses.
I know the pets take times 4. I thought the mercenaries take double, but I could be wrong.
As far as I know, they're not technically any different in the game's code.
So that means that 700 melee hit from Meth is going to do 1400 to 2800 to the Merc.
Yeah, it's going to be insane.
It's a 4 times multiplier, so it's going to do 2800 to 2800 damage.
Which is going to make it very, very difficult to be able to keep a mercenary alive in any situation. With the Ubers and how much damage that they can put out, even with some of the best... And I've tested this, by the way, so I'm speaking from experience. Even with the strongest equipment that you can possibly put on the mercenary defensively, and then this is not even considering the offensive nature of the ability to actually kill the frickin' Ubers, but defensively, with the best defensive equipment that you can literally put on a mercenary, they still get their butts kicked. Like they still get demolished.
Trav.
I mean, yeah, Trav is a very good example. I mean, if we're talking about the player is doing everything for the mercenary, and let me outline what I mean by everything for the mercenary. So, for instance, the player is pulling each one of the bosses individually. So that's already, in my eyes, that would be kind of cheating, because the mercenary would never be able to do that on his own. He'd have to fight all 3 of them at once.
Oh, that seems fair.
But you pull each one of the things out on your own, right? Then on top of that, the mercenary is not going to attack the boss. The AI on the mercenary is not good enough for that. So you would have to, again, assist the mercenary a second time by basically teleporting the mercenary directly on top of the boss, forcing the mercenary to fight the boss. That's number 2 of assistance
and
that would
just stays on that target.
That would be basically required. And then going even further in that, I mean, when I was talking about survivability, the survivability of mercenaries versus bosses is just awful. I'm trying to find all the information, because there's more than just the quad damage. From what I remember, they also have a lifesteal penalty, and I think there's something else too. I can't find the information I'm looking for, though.
Well, you would have to have a guardian angel, because the resistance would...
I mean, but even with a guardian angel, how do you max out their resistances? I mean, you're talking about versus Uber Mephisto. So in any situation where you're fighting Uber Mephisto, how do you achieve the following? Number 1, have their resistance high enough so they don't get one-shot by Uber Mephisto's lightning. Number 2, have their resistances cap high enough so that they can actually take the hit. Number 3, dish out enough damage to actually counter Mephisto and kill him. It's impossible to achieve all 3 goals. You could achieve one of the goals. You could bring his resistance high enough so that he could potentially take the hits, and you might even be able to make him strong enough so that he doesn't die. but making him strong enough so that he doesn't die, and also making it so that he so that he can kill Mephisto, I don't even think that's possible.
I'm getting the barb merc with a salvation aura from a paladin, and what is it? Lawbringers, not lawbringers. What is the last wish? Dual last wish.
I mean, but even in Dual Last Wish, you've got the crushing blow now, yes. But then another issue is attack rating. Like, just because they've now have Last Wishes on doesn't mean they can actually hit the frickin' bastards.
That's true.
They have the crushing blow. I mean, that's one of the reasons why all the paladins use smite, right? That's why we use smite, because we know it's difficult to hit the stupid Ubers. So when you're using a regular attack and you don't have like frickin' 20k attack rating, it's next to impossible to actually land the hits.
Well, life tap one.
I mean, life tap comes from Last Wish, so yeah. You get fade from Last Wish, so yeah. I mean, those two things right there would just be automatic. I mean, Last Wish is like a freaking cocoon on the Mercenary. It's very safe for the Mercenary, but it still wouldn't prevent the Mercenary from taking the ridiculous amount of damage that they take. Let's see here.
So,
okay.
Is there an item that
okay,
gives
so
less
here it is right here. Okay. Hireling damage is 50% against bosses in normal. Hireling's damage is 35% against bosses in Nightmare, and Hireling's damage is 25% of effectiveness of anything that is in Hell that is considered to be a boss. So if you have a frickin' Mercenary and he's dishing out, I don't know, 4,000 damage, then in Hell difficulty he's only dishing out 1,000 damage to that same monster, because he has 25% reduction, or a 75% reduction in all the damage that he dishes out to any monster that is considered a boss. Also, according to Ariat Summit, it is 10 times more damage, not 4. Hirelings takes 10 times more damage from end act bosses. So the same damage that we would take, like, what's the bare minimum that you usually go into when you fight Uber Mephisto? Like 1500 HP? Because you can potentially get one shot if you're below that. So let's say 1200 HP is like the bare minimum that you would need to not get one shot, just to be conservative. If he's taking 10 times, then that's 10 times 1200, which means he's probably going to need like 12,000 to not get one shot by the end act boss. Of course, this could only be referring to physical damage. We don't know if this actually affects elemental damage. So if it is only referring to the physical damage, then it might be okay. But then again, all of them do have physical hits and would still probably knock their socks off occasionally, every now and then. I know Mephisto has the cold touch, Diablo has the cold touch. They all do physical attacks at some point or another.
Meph hits for about 600. Nowhere near what his wall does, but...
Yeah. I knew there was more. I knew there was more than just that, those penalties. So the two penalties that they're under are just extremely severe. If you want to tell me that a mercenary killed Bale or whatever in Hell difficulty on P8, I'd be like, all right, I believe that. But if you're telling me a mercenary killed the Ubers on even P1, I don't think I believe you. I call shenanigans. I think severe interference on the player's part is probably the reason why they were able to even succeed.
Perhaps if you had a next level barb shout and a druid's by later stage.
And I know, because I've really tried. Like, I've really tried to make a merc that could survive that kind of stuff. Even just surviving Trav is next to impossible for mercenaries. You need some insane stats just for them to survive Trav.
It requires, what, a Kira's and a Guardian Angel?
At which point you've missed out on 2 of your best offensive slots. I mean, if we're talking about Akira's,
then you still need the life leech, otherwise he's still gonna die. So you got to go with something like a BOTD. So, making your merc survive Trav.
I mean, people always wonder why mercs can't survive on bosses. It's not because mercs are sucky. It's not because you got bad equipment on your mercenary. Mercs can't survive on bosses because they're set up not to survive on bosses. I mean, it would have to be an Act 5 mercenary. There's no other option. I think Last Wish is the only item that would probably even allow them to solo the Ubers. I mean, if we're even calling it solo, but but then at the same time, Last Wish is so ridiculously expensive. Do we even really count that? Especially when they probably need to be using 2 Last Wishes.
I mean, I don't care what the price tag is. Is it possible? If the merc can do it, but you need, 10,000 burr runes in gear to pull it off, just for the merc and those 3 pieces, it's possible. It doesn't mean it's feasible, and it doesn't mean you're never going to want to spend your time doing it.
I mean, you're not even. You're making a joke, Christopher. But I mean, it's a joke that's actually true. He's like 8-man paladin team to support the mercenary.
Okay, yeah. I don't care how it gets done. Can it be done? We can get an 8-man pally crew to get 1 barb merc to kill Ubers. I am so down for that.
I just don't think it's actually possible for the merc to do it. I think it requires some pretty extreme interference on the part of a player, which I think, in my opinion, makes it no good. I mean, first off, if you're number one, if you are teleporting the merc onto the boss, then that just shows right there that the merc wouldn't be able to do it on his own. Because what would the merc be doing? Like, unless you direct him directly to the freaking, boss on a regular basis. He would run around and attack whatever the hell he wants to attack, right?
So
he would attack the minions, he would attack the skeletons, he would start attacking everything. He would just attack anything and everything that he could get his hands on.
And 8 mercenaries do it.
I mean,
Rather than 8 players,
that's a
8
different story entirely. I mean, in that case, you'd have all the auras available at your command. I mean, you could have a lot of defensive stuff going on. Most of them would literally be there just for the purpose of keeping the other mercenaries alive. I mean, like, for instance, you could have a like a Defiance merc, and then you could have a Holy Freeze merc, and then you could have the Might merc and whatnot. I don't know, you could probably build them up pretty nicely to the point where you have enough auras, especially with items. You could probably put a bunch of different items on all the mercs that would have all the different auras on them.
Let's also tack on the 8 players, 8 paladins, each running a different aura.
I mean, as long as you don't deal damage, anything is fair game. So if I just sit there with a maxed out Holy Bolt Paladin with the maximum healing on my Holy Bolts and just spam Holy Bolts at my merc, that's fair game.
That's fair game as
I
long
don't
as the Holy
think
Bolt
I don't
doesn't
think that's
damage
fair.
Mephisto.
I don't think that's fair game. That doesn't sound fair game to me.
I think it's fair game so long as the Holy Bolt doesn't damage Mephisto. The problem is
I don't think there's any way
that.
that I don't think there's any way that you could do that.
And well, you're right, because once your merc got up there and started attacking, you'd be hitting Mephisto. Therefore, that would not be a viable tactic.
I mean, you could always build just the healing part of Holy Bolt and not the damage part of Holy Bolt, and it would only do like 10 damage anyway.
Well, that doesn't matter. Any damage from the player invalidates the challenge. So, you're basically looking to create a aura/curse bot. In 8 pimped out mercenaries to get it done.
I mean, I think any mercenary with 8 paladins and 8 auras to support them could probably do it. I mean, you get a salvation aura, you could do a lightning aura, the lightning resist aura, the fire resist aura, the cold resist aura, and he would literally just be like, literally like, what, 95% all res. And then you could just throw on fanaticism, like concentration, might, and just give him all sorts of physical damage too, and so he attacks really fast. I mean, if you wanted to do it that way, I think anybody, I think even like a freaking level like 23 paladin could do it if you gave him that much support.
Tack on a partied in for not necessarily the holy bolt healing, but just the passive healing through the meditation.
It doesn't work on the merc. But the cleansing, yeah, but the cleansing would cure his poison, and the, I mean that would still work. Yeah, mercs have a different form of regeneration than players do, and the regen that players get it's not actually compatible with the regeneration that mercs get. It's two completely different regens. So when you apply that regeneration to the mercenary, it doesn't actually work on them.
Is that the same for skeletons?
I don't know. Probably. If you've ever, like, stood there and watched your skeleton just, like, miraculously regenerate for no reason, then that's the merc regen system. That's the regen system that just, for some reason, just regens health regardless of anything that's going on. It just waits a couple seconds, and then it's just like, oh, we're regenning now. Like, congratulations, you've won a regen card.
They usually get life back when they attack for some reason. I'm not sure why. But...
Well, the barbarian has the highest of that system, so the miraculous regeneration system. The barbarians literally regen the fastest, and they regen the quickest after the shortest delay. It's one of the crazy things that they have available to them. Well, that's an interesting helmet. It's a Saleh with 2 sockets. It's got a bunch of junk stats on it, nothing too amazing. But I could throw like 2 topazes in it and use it as like a cheap magic find helmet. I don't know if it's really worth it though.
I think I've gone through most of my playthrough with like 20 to 30 magic.
I still have 0. But I'm in Act 2 normal.
I don't think I managed to get any magic find on until I was in Nightmare.
Oh, there's a lot of poking, but at least everything dies in 1 poke.
So, you said that the Valkyrie can do Ubers?
Yes, the Valkyrie is insane.
So, what if we took that Valkyrie build and applied the 8 paladins running auras to it? How fast do you think the Valk could do Ubers?
Well, she attacks kind of slowly, and you do have to get her like pre-buffed, and I mean, there's some kind of stuff to it. I don't know. I mean, I've seen her personally tank just about everything. She cannot tank Uber Duriel though, and I think it has to do with the Holy Freeze. So if I think what does it take, like 3 summons? I think is what I ended up researching, like to kill Duriel with her. But if she had fanaticism, I would imagine that fanaticism alone would probably fix the Holy Freeze Duriel thing, because then she could attack faster. And I would assume that if she had life tap, that would also, because life tap does work on minions and stuff, so that would probably keep her alive indefinitely. There's also the oddity of like her equipment though, like so she has randomized equipment, so sometimes you might end up with a bad one. It would be nice if you could see her equipment so you knew what the hell she was running, but
I think it'd be nice if you could just pick it out. So that every time you summoned it, it would just show up with that. Like, you just make her another mercenary.
Well, I don't think
Let me sacrifice gear to her.
I don't think that's feasible, but a compromise to that would be, what if you got to see her equipment, and then when you saw a really good set of equipment, you could choose that as your favorite. And then whenever you summon her, you would have a choice to either choose a random assortment or your favorite. And then if you ever find one that's better than your favorite, you could then favorite that one instead.
That works for me.
And then that way, you know, when you do
That
come
means
across
I'm just gonna stand next to Mauler for 10 hours summoning the Valve.
Well, you still might end up with an even better one later, though. So that's why you'd want to still have access to the random one.
Ah, this one has Chains of Honor and Vampire Gaze.
I was able to kill a champion pack and it didn't take me 10 minutes. It was amazing.
What? That's it. You're hacking. Get him out of here.
Found something that wasn't liking immune.
That boy's hacking up a storm. Don't let him hack like this, guys. Yeah, last wish phase blend. Grief, huh? He would have been better off with an ethereal head striker. Coming to find out, grief doesn't even work.
Grief doesn't work on mercs?
No, it doesn't. It's been tested. Jack tested it the season that the Frenzy Mercs came out. He tested basically every weapon that you could ever conceive of on them things, trying to find out what he felt like was the best weapon for the Frenzy Mercs. He even used a methodology of going into PvP with them and checking the damage, basically to see how much damage they would dish out to a player depending on which weapon they were utilizing. And the grief was the lowest of all of them, which should never have been the case because obviously grief bypasses the PvP penalty, and grief should have been the highest of them. Even if it was the worst in PvE, it should have still beaten all of them in PvP. However, it was the lowest in all of the tests.
Which means the grief damage doesn't apply, period.
Yes, the grief damage is not applying at all to the Mercenary, which means that the Head Striker, the Ethereal Head Striker, is the best option. There is no other.
Doesn't that mean that the Barb Merc's best weapon is just flat out the Ethereal upped Head Striker? Because even the two-handed, when you give him the sword, it's treated as a two-handed weapon.
Chammed Grace? What is Grace? I don't know what that abbreviation is. Am I not remembering what Grace is in the game? The helmet, I would assume? Chammed Grace. What the hell is a Grace? G-Face? I don't know. I can't believe that. Defensively, I've literally seen that same setup like get annihilated by freaking like P1 Trav. I'm gonna make an assumption here that they probably killed all the minions. You know, when you're doing Ubers, and you got all these minions spawning around you in a circle?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but people figured out a way to get the Ubers, or when you spawned Ubers in single player, they didn't spawn minions unless. Correct.
But that's just that's a glitch.
Theory,
that's a glitch. I wouldn't count that.
Well, if your merc did it under those conditions, I really wouldn't be all that surprised.
Visto spawns a lot of things.
Yes. That's why I'm saying defensively, I just can't see it.
I can't see a merc doing single target damage and ever catching up.
I mean, there's so much stuff here that like it would count as interference in my book. I mean, first off, they'd probably get one shot if you sent them in there without fade. So you would have to pre-buff the fade, just like a player would have to pre-buff the fade. They would, if you didn't pre-buff the fade, they would probably just end up dead. That's another thing. Number 2, the life tap. You'd probably have to pre-buff the life tap too, otherwise they'd probably die before the life tap goes off.
Greetings.
Which is common for players too.
Right, but if it's common for players, that doesn't mean it's out of the ordinary for a merc then.
No, but the mercenary is a mercenary. He can't precast life tap and he can't precast fade. You'd have to do that for him. I mean,
No,
we're talking about
how many classes?
we're just
have to
talking
go
about
in
way
a-
too many layers of interference here. You pull the Ubers out in one at a time. You're also teleporting the mercenary on top of the Uber to make sure that he's attacking them. You're killing the minions or forcing the minions not to spawn. You're precasting life tap. You're precasting fade. I mean, we've already got 5 interferences here just to make that happen.
The sisterhood.
And then after all that, then the mercenary can just stand there toe-to-toe and fight the Uber. But you've already interfered in 5 different ways before that happens.
So what class can do Ubers without life tap, without a life tap wand? Or lower res in the case of the Jabazon. Because if player interference it qualifies as that, then I would argue that off-class interference is not that much different. Picking up charges to do Ubers is just as much interference on the player side when you're doing it.
Not really. I mean, you're a player. You're taking advantage of the things that are available to you. The minion
Right.
can't do that. We're asking a question: can the mercenary do it? We're not asking the question of can the mercenary be a player.
And you're putting it into the category of can the mercenary do it with you sitting there at level 1 naked, and the answer is no. So the question then becomes, if you did no damage, absolutely no damage, what would it take? The amount of interference you have to do is irrelevant to me.
I don't see it as irrelevant. I mean, I have trouble getting my mercenary to even stay alive while I am doing the Ubers also. How many times have you run the Ubers, and how many times has your mercenary survived the Ubers?
It depends. How many players are in the game?
Well, let's just say when you're by yourself.
He never does.
Exactly. And that's
Only
with your assistance. So we're making up a scenario where basically we're giving the mercenary every form of assistance that we possibly can, essentially, and we're trying to set up the best possible scenario so he can achieve his goal. But he can't even survive with our assistance. So if he can't even survive with us there fighting beside him, then how is it even a qualification of the other way around, where we're literally doing everything in our power to make him survive? Then it's just even worse than the other scenario where we're literally helping him. Now we're just the only thing we're not doing is applying damage. Now we're just doing everything that we possibly can to make sure he lives.
It's a mechanics understanding. And if you can take a barbarian merc and have it beat P1 Ubers, you probably understand the mechanics of the game really well.
Yeah.
It's more of a thought of experiment than anything else.
Yeah, but I feel like it's a disingenuous one. I mean, that's like me saying, well, Physical Boson does players 8 chaos just fine. And then come to find out, my idea of just fine is, like Wind Force, Faith Bow, full inventory of 3 2020s, basically a bunch of 1540s in my equipment, pretty much like the breadth of what would be considered like 50 to 100 burr/jaw runes of equipment, if not more. Like, is that really considered? I mean that's disingenuous to say that like a physical boson can do players at chaos just fine, when the equipment that is required is literally outside of the realm of possibility for just about any player who would achieve it. I mean, we're basically saying the same thing about the Merc killing the Ubers, is that you're like, yes, okay, we did it, but we're being really disingenuous because we set everything up to make this happen. We like made sure that it was possible by giving them the best pieces of equipment, interfering in every way that we knew that we had to make it possible. And then once we interfered in every single way that we possibly could and gave him the most expensive pieces of equipment and stood there and even assisted him when necessary, he was able to do it. But he didn't really do it. The mercenary didn't really accomplish the goal. You accomplished the goal. He just stood there and swung his swords.
Yeah, well, my goal was to make the mercenary capable of doing it. The whole question is not feasibility. It is possibility. It is not whether it is reasonably something someone could acquire the wealth and gear and spend the time to do. It is simply the question of, is it possible? Yes, your boson at full 320/20 100 burr / jaw runes of investment is capable of doing P8 chaos. Is the average player going to do that? No. Most people don't want to spend that much time, and I don't blame them. But we all know it's possible.
But it's disingenuous. It's a disingenuous statement.
Possible and feasible exist on two totally different scales for me.
It doesn't exist on different scales for me. People come and ask me questions all the time. They ask me if things are possible. And I give them honest, real answers. If somebody came to me right now and asked me if physical boson could do P8 chaos reliably and effectively, I would tell them yes, but. And then I would go into a rant on all the specifics and what you would need to achieve that goal. And I feel like this is one of those situations too.
Right.
The mercenary did not achieve the goal.
What we have determined is it's a yes, but scenario. It is
what we've
possible.
Well, what we've determined is that the mercenary achieved the goal with the help of the player. The entire question was, can the mercenary achieve the goal without the help of the player? And I think that we can definitely answer that question as no right now, because the mercenary did not achieve that goal without the help of the player. The player did indeed help in a myriad of ways, and those myriad of ways led to the result that they wanted, but the player did in fact help, and interference was granted. If the mercenary could do it without interference, and I would even be willing to allow the singling out of the individual bosses, but not the removal of the minions. And definitely not the teleporting, because the teleporting is just another way that you're interfering with the fight. With interference, yes, they can do it. So the player, if they interfere and provide enough assistance, and the mercenary is twinked out to such a degree that is unfeasible for most players, it would be achievable in that regard. And I think that's what's kind of missing from the entire statement, is we asked a question, and the answer to the question was no. That's basically the answer to the question.
I interpret it a different way. Yes, it's possible. You're just not going to want to do it.
No, it's not possible. We've already identified 5 different ways that the player interfered with the mercenary's ability to kill the Ubers. And who knows how many other ways they interfered as well.
By hiring it in the first place? I mean, if we're going to go down the route of interfering, the mercenary can't do anything unless you hire him. So the first interference would be hiring the mercenary in the first place.
No, that's not an interference. You're just being needlessly argumentative. Eisenhardt's sword and Eisenhardt's shield. What an amazing drop set. I'm going to put those on right now.
So what's the best base to put those last wishes in?
For a mercenary,
Always phase blade.
it's a 6-socket recipe, which unfortunately means it doesn't go in a lot of bases. But for a mercenary, if you could put it in another base, phase blade would not be the best choice. I don't even think there is another really good base that you could potentially put it in. Maybe Colossus
Blade?
Sword or Colossus Blade. I think that's like the only other option.
You can wield 2 of those, right? The Merc.
No. As far as I know, the Frenzy Mark can't wield 2 two-handed weapons.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Frenzy Merc is limited only to one-handed swords. Not really exactly sure why the Frenzy Merc is limited to only one-handed swords, but despite the fact that barbarians are capable of using two-handed swords in one hand, but it does unfortunately mean that the Frenzy Barbarian is not capable of wielding any two-handed swords in one hand.
You could give him a two-handed sword, but then he can't use Frenzy.
Which is odd, though, because the two-handed barbarian can use one-handed swords.
And if you only give him one, don't they get double damage?
They can only wield one, but yeah, they get double damage from the one-handed sword. That's why the F-Head Striker is the best one on that particular build, too.
It's just the best barb merc weapon, period.
It's hard to beat.
What do you socket it with then?
It depends. Omrune is the traditional because it's got the highest increased physical damage. It's 50% physical increase. You could also go with a 40-15 if you got that laying around.
I was gonna say, if you got a 40-15 laying around, would that technically be better?
It just depends. The Frenzy Merc is one of those mercs that, you know, he spools up, and so he hits a higher break point because he gets the increased attack speed from Frenzy also. Then it rips off Lamberger. And because of that, he doesn't really have the same issues. Like, he doesn't need as much attack speed. So in a case where he can hit his maximum break point anyway, the 40-15 is actually inferior to the Omrune.
That's true.
It really depends on if he's hitting his maximum break point or not.
What is his maximum break?
For Frenzy, I don't really remember.
And is it possible for him to hit it without fanaticism?
So would Head Striker, Ariats, Last Wish, Phase Blade, Fort be the best setup? I mean, Last Wish is insane, yeah, but I mean, good luck getting one of those. But it does have Might Aura on it, which is one of the reasons why it works so well. It's also a massive amount of Crushing Blow on top of that, which is certainly not terrible. I mean, it's a pretty powerful weapon.
I suppose that depends on what your ultimate goal is. If you're looking for just solely to use him as a physical damage stick, yeah, that setup would probably be best. If you're looking to use him as a lower res procer, you're looking for Plague.
Yeah, the thing about mercenaries is that they're often used as more than just simply damage. They're more often used as utility. So when you build a mercenary, a lot of the times you're building the mercenary for utility, not for damage. Survivability is usually important because obviously a dead merc isn't very useful. But utility often trumps damage output because the utility that they can offer... The utility they can offer can literally increase your damage output in the process.
The rare times mercs are used for damage is generally early when you need a secondary damage type. Or a tertiary. If you're running a fire, cold, fire lightning sword at the beginning because you don't have the gear to swap over. Picking up a barb merc or a Act 2 merc just for the extra physical damage and extra utility they provide is going to be really useful. Hey Ginger, I just got into Raft's coil.
Hacker. Told you you're a hacker. You're a heckin' hacker.
That's 3 out of 4 at Raft.
Okay, what the hell did I just get? Bunch of junk looks like. Nothing.
What does the entire Rafa set give?
Everything.
Max res.
It's literally,
Plus the max res.
literally everything. It gives you half freeze duration. It gives you poison length reduction of 75%. It gives you 20% increased attack speed. It gives you 20% increased round walk. It gives you 65 to all resistances. It gives you increased to all your maximum resistances. It's literally like one of the most insane sets that ever existed. Like it gives you tons of defense too on top of that, and you can throw a socket in the helmet and put a freaking Umrun in there if you want to. It literally makes you a freaking tank god for the entirety of normal difficulty. And the most beautiful thing about Arathis, and this is what I love the most about it, doesn't take up your weapon slot, doesn't take up your shield slot, doesn't take up
your body
doesn't
slot.
take up your ring slots, doesn't take up your frickin' boot slot. So you literally got like almost every single slot that matters, with the exception of your amulet. I think the amulet's the only slot that it takes up that's a little more important than others. It's like frickin' every single slot that you could ever want is open. So you can fit it into almost any character. Well, feel free, Josh. There's the Discord right there. You tried to raid me. Oh, what's up, Isa Billary? How's it going, man? Isa or lady? I'm not sure which. Isa kind of sounds like a girl's name.
Good day.
Or it could be Isa. Isa is okay. All right. I didn't get it wrong the first try. I'm doing a solo self-found run for you guys that are raiding. Solo self-found runs are basically runs that have a bunch of rules attached to them. And you kind of have to follow your rules. These are the rules if you're interested. Oops. Basically, it involves... it involves trying to recreate what it's like to be a noob. That's basically what it is. When you were a new character and you didn't know what you were doing, you didn't know where to go, you didn't know what to farm, you didn't exactly, have the best or easiest of time. And this is basically set up so that it forces me to have to use, the things that I'm given. Thus the MacGyver rule on number 4. Because, of course, when MacGyver was, trying to solve a puzzle and he had a toothpick, a paperclip, and, a rubber band and some bubble gum, somehow he made a nuclear bomb out of it.
He made an explosive crossbow.
Sometimes he made a nuclear bomb out of that jank, But that's kind of the whole thing with this, is that a lot of the times you'll see me playing, be like, oh my god, why is he wearing that garbage? And the reason why I'm wearing the garbage is because that's what I have available to me, and I'm going to make it work. So that's the gist of it. You make it work. And it's difficult, but honestly, it's really rewarding because
Sometimes you get really lucky.
You get so excited about garbage. I was really excited when I found that gull dagger on my frickin' barbarian one. Frickin' lost it. I was like, no way. I was just memeing. I think that's literally what I said. I was just memeing. I literally went to the frickin' vendor, the gamble vendor, and I was like, let's gamble a gold dagger. Because, that's never going to happen, right? Like, what was it? The frickin' 11th dagger that I gambled was a gold dagger.
What are the actual odds of gambling a unique?
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I remember looking it up one time. It's pretty bad.
Isn't it like 1 in 1,000?
I don't remember exactly, but I think last time I looked it up, and I could be misremembering, I believe it was 1 in 250,000.
How do people gamble griffins?
I mean, 1 in 250,000 is not impossible. Better odds than
I
winning the
mean-
lottery.
Yeah, but here's my question. What are the odds of a griffin's dropping somewhere else?
1 in a 2,000 for unique items? Okay. I thought it was higher than that. I thought it was much higher than that.
It's still like, let's see here, 0.005, 0.0005% chance.
But then the other thing comes into play, which is gambling a unique does not mean gambling the unique that you want.
That's true.
So I think
Because-
I think maybe the odds that I was looking at is the odds to gamble something specific, like a specific item, not just a unique item. I'm pretty sure people have run the odds on like for instance, what are the odds that you'll gamble like Amaras? And how many unique amulets there are, and like what the odds are of like gambling an actual. It's apparently it gets more complicated when you get into the math of the individual items.
Well, yeah, because the gambling is based off of your character level. So theoretically, what level do you have to be for a Soj to be gambling?
So gambling a Gull Dagger is actually not 1 in 2,000.
Because it's the only unique.
No,
you can get
no,
at
it's
the level
because
11.
it's because well, yeah, well that, but it's also because of the fact that you're limiting the odds severely by gambling it on the right character at the right level. So when you do it at level 11, the odds go up severely. If you were to take a level 99 character and go gamble daggers, you would probably not get a Gull Dagger anywhere near as quickly as you would at the level 11. The level 11 gambling thing is odds manipulation. So you're talking about 1 in 2,000 with the odds manipulation. Well, that makes more sense than what I remember. According to this, it says the chances of gambling a Griffin's Eye diadem is 1 in 40,000. And that's assuming you only ever gamble
the
coronets.
diadems.
Well, that's yeah. You only gamble the coronets that can potentially up to the Griffin's Eye. Apparently, though, it's more like what is it? Yeah, you're quoting numbers of the manipulated drop odds of gambling a Gull Dagger. That's different. So that's I knew something was up with the 1 in 2,000 when you said it. I'm like, that doesn't sound right at all.
So, but here's the question. If you're only gambling the coronets and it's 1 in 40,000, do you actually have better odds of getting a Griffins through gambling than you do through drops?
According to this, well, I mean, it depends. Like, you don't always get a freaking Griffin's or a diadem to actually fall, so there's not always a chance for it to roll into a Griffin's. It's part of the issue. Here's another guy talking about it. He said, let's assume it doesn't matter, and also that you never gamble lower level items, and that your sea level, lower level items than your sea level. And in that case, you'd have roughly a 5.5% chance that your level 99 character gambles a diadem. From there, it's a 1 in 2,000 for a unique, and in total, that'd be about 1 in 36,000. At level 94, you'd have roughly a 4% chance to get a diadem, and that would translate out to 1 in 50,000. Your actual chances are lower than these numbers because half the time you'll gamble a lower level item and therefore reducing the chance that it upgrades. It's, okay. Oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the thing about and this is what they ran into with Diablo 4 as well. So it's very interesting is that in Diablo 4 they finally added in the helmet or the super unique items into the Hellfire, the the hell is that thing called again? Oh, my brain's blanking. The stupid event that comes down with the fire and the brimstone.
Helltide?
Yeah, the Helltides. The Helltides. So they finally added them into the Helltide chests, right? Well, if they didn't realize and they were stupid because they made the drop odds really low, right? But the thing is that if a unique item falls, it has to be one of the things from the list, right? Well, the sorceress and the barbarian don't have helmets. They don't have a unique helmet. So when it went to consult the list and it was like, okay, I have to drop a unique item, it was like, well, what unique items can I pull from? And it's like, there's only 2 on the list, Andariel's Visage and Harlequin Crest Shaco. And it rolled to figure out which one of those would fall because there was no other options. If there was another option, it would have dropped the more common one, and it never would have dropped the super unique ones. But they were stupid enough to not even factor that into account. And so that's why you had all the barbarians and sorceresses literally getting free Harlequin Crest Shacos and Andariel's Visages in Diablo 4, because it was the only item that could drop.
Because Blizzard doesn't know how to do drop tables.
And that's the same exact thing that goes on with the Gold Dagger. When you gamble the Gold Dagger at level 11, is the only thing that can literally drop if it rolls unique. So if it does go unique, well then there's only one option, and it's like, here you go. Well, if you're new to the Discord, Josh, you need to read the charter, GGM kinship charter. That's got the instructions on how you join the kinship. Also, check the Xbox channel. There's tons of people in there that have posted their Xbox IDs. The freaking decoy is like 10 times more tanky than the Valkyrie is right now. I always forget how ridiculously tanky the decoys are. The only downside to the decoys is they don't last as long. They have an actual duration. So if you don't recast them, they just, you know, they will eventually die from the duration issue, which is 16 points or 25 seconds. So they only stay alive for 25 seconds.
Do decoys count as minions?
A lot of the times they don't show up as minions. They actually show up as enemies. Like on the mini map, a lot of the times, like when you're like in a group with them, they show up as purple, which is not a good guy. But Duriel will attack them. He does. Yeah, he will.
No, I think what he's saying is they may not get the times 10 bonus that your merc does or your pet does. Maybe why the decoy paint's better.
It could be.
Well, not just that, but can you abuse that to make Duriel or things that are programmed to assault your minions first?
I actually, when the Valkyrie is alive, it seems to me like the Valkyrie, or she chooses the Valkyrie over the decoy. Because I have the like randomly spawning one that comes from the piece armor, and it does seem to be like where she will just turn and attack the Valkyrie when the Valkyrie spawns.
Yes.
But she won't turn and attack the decoy when the decoy spawns.
Okay, so it's likely to be a different.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she technically counts as. It's kind of difficult to understand. When on the map, she seems to be a player.
Hostile player.
Yeah, it seems to show her as a player. To me, she doesn't seem hostile, but to anyone else that looks at her, she seems hostile. So when you cast a decoy on the map and then somebody else looks at the decoy, they see a instead of on the minimap of a purple or a blue, they see a purple dot, which shows, I'm not really sure what the purple means. I know enemy players show up red, so I guess maybe it's a neutral character.
But well, what do people that come into your game and
Hold on, let me take a look and see
party?
what Flavy. Let me see what Flavy shows as, because maybe she counts as a Flavy. Flavy's in Cold Plains here. Hold on.
they're white?
No, Flavy's white. Okay, so that doesn't that doesn't compute then, because she's purple. She shows up as purple. The minion shows up as a light blue color. To me, though, she looks like the same color as the mercenary, but I don't know if that necessarily means anything because she's my decoy. Adam, you gambled a perfect Mara's? Holy crap, dude. Those things are amazing. You just like flip that between all your characters then. You got like the perfect flip amulet. Discord is not where my live streams are displayed. Discord is where we communicate. So, people who are in the kinship have the privilege of sitting in here and chatting with me. That's basically how it works. So if somebody's in here chatting with me, they're in the kinship. They've agreed to the rules and they understand that they can't be silly willies on stream because that's part of the kinship rules is that I'm streaming, so you need to pay attention.
Don't take Ginger's money.
Yeah, don't take my money. So if you want to join the kinship and you want to join the voice chats with us, you can, but you also have to agree to the rules first. If you look in the kinship GGM charter, that's the rules right there, and you can get access to the kinship by basically just agreeing to the rules and contacting one of the captains to let them know. Or you can contact me. Well, I am level 54 now. Not getting a whole lot of upgrades from Andy.
So it turns out that if your barbarian minion taunts something and then dies, the taunted monster will just continue to attack its corpse.
Oh, well, if you want to watch and support Cindy, you're already in the right place. YouTube is the right place. You can also go on Twitch if you want to, and you can support that way. I also have a Twitch account. Discord's not really for viewing streams. I mean, occasionally people will share a stream on there, but it's really just to show something off or to help somebody with their account. It's really not a big deal. All of the streaming goes on Twitch and YouTube.
Have you signed up for Rumble?
Rumble? What's that?
It's another website like YouTube.
Not heard of it.
I think I sent you a link to it a while back. But they opened up for streaming as well. So depending on how broadly you want to
Cast by net.
cast your net. You want me to send you another link to it?
I'm having trouble getting any kind of other streaming service to work. So I've tried several times to get Kick to work. And it's just I don't know what's going on, but every time I try and stream to Kick, it just doesn't work. I don't know if I got like the wrong service or what, but it doesn't want to do nothing. I don't know if it's because my multi-stream service just doesn't support Kick properly, or I'm streaming in there. I tried streaming in 1080p for a couple of days to see if that was it, because I'm usually streaming in 1440p, and that didn't work either. So,
Nine, are you really playing on a laptop with on a trackpad?
Possibly.
ooh, a unique ring and a rare ring.
What happened?
Unique,
Eat the mouse?
rare, an Eisenhart's broadsword,
One's on order to you tomorrow.
Hellclap short warbow. Let's go identify our ring-a-ling dang dongs. Ring-a-ding-ding dang dong. Ring-a-ding-ding dang ding.
Yeah, the last message I sent you on Discord is a Rumble link.
A 29% Najal. Ooh, fancy. 29 Najal. Nigga. I like it. She finally coughed up something halfway decent. The attack rating on the eagle is very nice. For melee characters, a lot of people sleep on the attack rating. They look at the magic find, but
I mean, I
as
feel
a
a lot of people sleep on Nagel in general.
but as a low-level character, that magic find is very impressive. It's very impressive. I like having the magic find, but I also like having the AR. And then and honestly, the little stupid little MDR PDR thing on there is not bad either. The magic damage reduced by 3. At a low level, like magic damage reduced by 3 is actually pretty massive.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry
Okay, let's put this AR charm up. I might need this later. I don't know. I like to be able to hit things on my freezings on, but I also understand that hitting things isn't always the most important when it comes to the elemental characters. Would I prefer a BK ring or Soj? Soj. Definitely Soj.
Depends on the character.
It's really, for this particular, well, they said this character. For this particular character, it's mana concerns. Mana is a really big thing. And using an insight bow, while cute, is not your end game and eventually has to be replaced. Also, using an insight weapon on your mercenary is also cute and eventually does have to be replaced. If you want any kind of serious damage out of this character, you cannot run an insight bow or an insight merc. You have to run something else. Infinity, maybe even Plague for the negative resistance. There's a lot of different options that will enhance your damage far further than an insight is ever going to. And you have to arrest your mana concerns at some point. NSOJ is a very good way to do that because it increases your maximum mana by a pretty drastic amount, and that maximum mana increase can help with your regeneration problems. You also need a large amount of mana steal as well. I'm not really too concerned about life leech on this character because most of the time she don't care about them doojanks. She's over here freezing everything. She didn't even she gets to the point where she's like, eh. She's like, there's monsters in front of me? Yawn. I didn't know. But if she runs out of mana now, well, then she can no longer freeze the targets. And if she can't freeze the targets, then she dies.
Hiding on the other side of a wall, watching my Valkyrie and Barbarian being lightning immunes to death.
Hacker.
Yeah, mana issues are one of the major issues for this particular character. I fixed them completely on my freezing arrows on that I had for ladder though. I can't remember the exact amount of mana steal I ended up with for that character and the amount of like maximum mana I had, but it was pretty crazy.
It's got to be like 20%.
I think it was like 18. I want to say it was what I ended up with like 18% or something. I could always go take a look later.
And some caster boots and gloves. That'll give you a big mana and mana regen.
Also, silk weaves was a big part of it too. I think I remember I ran the +5 silk weaves because the +5 mana after each kill on silk weaves I think helped a ton. What really helped though with that particular character, I remember was I went on Tradery and I looked for a +2 Amazon that had a decent amount of mana leech. And then also not only that, but it had a pretty decent amount of plus mana as well, or maximum mana. So getting the maximum mana up higher also means more regen, and also it means more shots before you run out completely. So, and because the mana leech on the freezing arrows on is very random, and what I mean by that is you might fire one arrow and hit one monster and steal one set of life. Or you might pierce and hit 2 monsters and steal 2 sets of mana. Or you might pierce again and hit 3 monsters and steal 3 sets of mana, and so forth and so on. Up to a total of 6 times is how many times you can potentially steal mana from 6 different targets. And then on top of that, some of the monsters might not be stealable from, so you might shoot some skeletons or something, or monsters that have 0 drain potential. And those monsters give you nothing. And so you kind of have to have a big mana pool of, reserves, essentially, to allow you to overcome those situations where sometimes your shot hits nothing, or sometimes your shot only hits like 1 or 2 monsters, or you miss. Once you have it all set up properly and you get your mana concerns right, you can switch over to something like an Infinity, or like a Plague Phase Blade for the lower res procs. On a Mercenary, there's a couple different options, but if you get it right, you don't need the insight anymore. And as soon as you can free yourself of the insight, you will have a character that does way better than with it. But it's difficult. I definitely will say that it is difficult to free yourself of the insight. You need the proper equipment. Crescent Moon definitely comes in handy though. That ridiculous mana leech amulet. But physical damage is also part of it also, and that's one thing a lot of people don't realize, and they'll utilize like a nightmare bow or whatever. You have to use a hell bow. You need higher physical damage. You need critical strike and things like that, so you're dishing out double damage. And that way when you're hitting the target, you're getting more leech out of it. You want as much leech as you can possibly get. So, like, if I had 18% but I was using a crappy bow, it wouldn't be anywhere near as good as 18% with a high damage bow. Alright, what'd she give me this time? She gave me Arcana's plates. I don't think I have any use for Arcana's flesh. Not even in combination with the Arcana's helmet. I just don't think there's any use for that whatsoever. Maybe bring it back to town just to sell it.
It's not even worth selling.
I mean, it's a light plate, so it's worth something. Armor generally has a pretty good sell value.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
That was a terrible one. She dropped me nothing good. Oh, sorry, Lim. Nightbot gets kind of antsy when you spam emotes. He doesn't mean anything by it. Don't get mad at him. It's really there to protect against the porn bots that like to spam emotes. I don't know what the limit is. I think it's like 6 or 7. Just don't go over 6 or 7 emotes and you're fine.
I'm not a streamer. Please explain the porn bots to me.
There's literally these bots that come in and they have names. The name of their account is literally the website that they're trying to advertise. And then what they do is they come in and they, instead of spamming things that are considered to be, taboo, they literally use emotes to get the point across. Like little peaches and tongues and squirty things and stuff like that. And so they put enough emotes in there. They always put enough emotes that they always get blocked. So ever since I found out about that, it was the easiest way to deal with them permanently was to keep the emote thing in place so that whenever they popped up, it would just automatically, like anytime they breached the 7 emote limit, they would
Get booted.
Yeah, they would just get booted immediately. So it takes care of them for me, so I don't have to worry about it. I mean, you can still spam enough emotes that you can be excited about something. You just can't excessively use emotes to a certain degree.
Don't make me think you're a porn bot.
War Spear. What is the War Spear? What is that?
Warp Spear?
It's the War Spear, not a staff. I don't even know what the hell that is. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I feel like this is a challenge that I have to meet. The war
I
spear
like
is
normal
the...
spear. Normal spear.
No, this is the nightmare one. It's the nightmare one. Is this the one that's for the Amazon? The one that has the ITD on it? It's for, I think it's Impale. Impale, the Impaler. Yeah, the Impaler. 20% increased attack speed. It's got ITD, lots of attack rating. Oh, it's got 40% chance of open wounds. That might be better than Hwanan's Justice.
Do you have the other pieces to Hwanan's set?
No, but, well, Hwanan's has decent damage. It goes up to 159. And it's fast, too. But it doesn't have the open wounds, and open wounds is something that I'm sorely missing right now. Would definitely be a very effective piece. It's also got the ITD, which means that he's never going to miss anything. Well, at least the bosses. But then it's got 150 attack rating on it too. I don't know. I think this might be the play. I think that might be the play. It's a little bit less damage, but it's
a lot more utility.
Well, yeah, utility. Well, open wounds is more damage too when you really think about it. So, like, at the end of the day, open wounds is going to apply a rather powerful dot to the target, which is going to eat away at their HP also, and also prevent regeneration, which can, you know, dish out some pretty decent damage of its own. Especially when we're fighting like Andariel and stuff, you know. Like, that way she'll have open wounds on her constantly. It's not a bad find. Question: if you have Witch Wild String and max out your magic arrow, does the magic arrow stack? No, it does not. The magic arrow on Witch Wild String only applies if you are firing a regular arrow. So you have to be using this attack right here, normal attack. That's the only way that the magic arrow from Witch Wild String applies. So if you're using the skill magic arrow, it does not stack with the skill. I think I remember you saying that you were going to be building a magic arrow Amazon, and that's why I told you that you're better off if you're trying to build strictly a magic arrows. You need to focus on finding a bow that is the highest physical damage that you can possibly get. Because, yes, Witch Wild String has a nice level of magic arrow, but it's also not exactly the highest physical damage bow out there, which means you're stunting your magical damage that you would be getting from the magic arrow effect. Remember, magic arrow is a conversion of physical damage to magic damage, right? If you have a low physical damage bow, you are going to have a low magic damage attack. So it has to be a high physical damage bow. You want the highest that you can possibly get. You also want to stack critical strike or deadly strike, whichever one you want. But having double damage on your attack from critical strike will apply to magic arrow before it converts and therefore give you more damage. In other words, think about it like let me throw a calculator up here real quick so you can see. So let's say I do 1,000 damage a shot, right? And I have double damage from critical strike, and then I do 2,000 damage. And then magic arrow is converting 55% of that into magic damage. So we could just simply say subtract 45%, which would give us a total magic damage of 1,650, right? So that's a pretty decent amount of a chunk change, right? But if we can up our physical damage, we get more. So if we up our physical damage, say to instead of 3,000, or sorry, instead of 3,000 total, let's say we have 6,000 total. Then we're getting a 45% subtraction, and we're getting the 3,300 magic damage, and so forth and so on. So what we're looking at here with magic arrow is you really have to up your physical damage as high as you can possibly get it, and then when you fire your magic arrow and it does its magical conversion from physical to magical, you get more magical damage that way.
Basically, if you're going to build a magic arrow Zon, you're just going to build a physical Zon and use magic arrow.
I mean, it's basically, yes, the physical's on is what you're building. Yeah. But the really cool thing about Magical Arrow is that, well, you know, it does do magic damage. So you're going to be able to bypass the majority of immunities within the game with Magic Arrow, and have lots of fun doing it. It's not an impossible build. You're building a character that's totally doable.
It's quite possible. It's just.
And you can pierce with it, which is also nice. So you're also going to want to get piercing. Because obviously it's a single target attack otherwise, unless you have your piercing ability. But you can attack multiple targets with it if you line up properly. It's just going to be a straight line attack, but at least you'll be able to hit multiple targets, you know, with that straight line attack, which is certainly not terrible. There's nothing in the game that's going to be able to stop you from dishing out damage to them, with the exception of like zombies in Act 2. But even those guys are usually not immune to physical, and so you'll be doing basically half physical, half magic, which isn't too bad. The magic arrow on Witchwild String is one of the highest in the game, and it's not bad at all. But the problem with Witchwild String is it really doesn't have a lot of physical damage. It also relies heavily on basically max deadly strike and also amplified damage. Now the problem with amplified damage is that it doesn't apply to the magic arrow. So despite the fact that Witchwild String can be a highly effective weapon, because of that little quirk in the way that the ability actually affects, or amp damage actually affects the damage output, you can't actually get the bonus damage with your magic arrow. So it doesn't. It's not the appropriate tool for the job, but it's nice that it has it. So like if you are using Witchwild String and you want to get that free magic arrow without having to spend any points into it, that's something that you can do relatively easily. So you can just switch over at any time while you're using Witchwild String to your normal attack, and you just fire off normal attacks, and they will come out as magic arrows, which is pretty handy, to be honest. Like, you will find that most of the time when you're running a Witchwild String, you can pretty much kill everything. It might take you a little while, but you can kill pretty much everything that comes along.
I am overburdened.
If you're looking for another source of amp damage, wouldn't the amp damage still apply to the physical portion?
Yes, it'll still apply to the physical portion of the magic arrow, but not the magic portion of the magic arrow. So that means that it won't be anywhere near as effective as it would normally be. They upped the magic portion of Magic Arrow a couple patches ago. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I could always go on a offline character real quick and check it. I know it's a lot now. Like with plus the skills and everything, I'm pretty sure it goes up to 50, maybe even 60%. I can't remember. I can't remember what it caps out at.
I think you can get it to like 70.
And it's just I think they doubled it. Let me double check on one of my offline like Amazons or something. Let me see if I can. Here, let's check on this one. What stats increase weapon damage? It depends on your weapon. So if you're utilizing a bow, it's dexterity. Alright, so she still has 41 points, so let's just dump some points in there. So we're looking at 79% at level 38. So as you can see, it gets to the point where the amp just wouldn't even really be effective. I mean, that's almost 80%. You could definitely get a couple more points in there from some other stuff. I don't think I'm running like full. Yeah, I'm missing a helmet. I don't have any kind of like plus skill helmet on, so that's 2 more there. I'm using 1 Soj. I could also be using maybe arachnids, so that's another 3. Harmony is not really the best option there. That's only a +2. There's definitely a lot better bows that you could potentially be using in that slot as well for plus to skills. Although your bow is going to be your main thing to convert your physical damage into elemental damage, so you're going to need something that has high physical damage. I would assume a Faith Bow and a Grand Matron would probably be the best bet. That would probably do it. You just found a Griffin's, Adam? Freaking crazy. Get out of here with your stupid luck. Oh, Ravenclaw's explosive arrow is basically free, right? So, who cares? You can just you could just play around with that for a long time. I actually have done many different runs before, where I've even been an explosive arrow Amazon, and due to the mana costs of explosive arrow and having issues getting mana leech early on, you literally just fire that free one from the bow, and you just forget about it. You're like, whatever, guess I'll just fire the free one. And then you use the one that actually costs mana like sparingly as the premium version.
Not here. The sisterhood welcomes you.
Honestly, though, there's so many fun things you can do with exploding arrow though early on in the game. I remember back in beta, one of the things we did was we just took like the highest socket bow we could get and just shoved a bunch of freaking perfect rubies in it. I think because perfect rubies have better fire damage range than Ral runes. But you just basically have like a billion fire damage on a bow, and you just fire your explosive arrow, and it takes all that fire damage and puts it into the attack. It's very effective. Man, Nightmare Andy's being stingy for me so far. I mean, I got a couple items that were halfway decent, but she being stingy. She's stingy as all get out. She's stingy. Where's my Griffin's idea, though? She can't even drop a Griffin's idea. Where's my Griffin's idea?
I am overburdened.
Ethereal 345 Ancient Armor. One socket serpentine. You're not gonna use it? What if it's got better stats than the one you got? That's the traditional route. Idea. See if the stats are better than yours. Put the better one on your head. Trade off the one that's not better. Same stats? Wow. That's rare. Especially since it has those two variables. Actually, isn't it 3? Doesn't the defense roll too? Alright. I mean, so far I've gotten an Ice Bling. I got the Nagel. I mean, I guess I've gotten upgrades, just maybe not, like, specifically what I need. What I really, really need. I need 'em. Ah, the double damage from hitting the pillar. Such excellent work. Oh yeah, Demon Machine is awesome on Holy Firepower. And if you get a Sorceress to enchant you, it's even better. It's interesting. The order of operations seems very strange. Andariel will attack the Mercenary over me, will attack the Valkyrie over the decoy, but will attack the decoy over the Valkyrie. It's a very odd set of doujinks. Just, oh, light gauntlets. Did I finally get Aratha's gloves? I did get Aratha's gloves. Look at that. I have the amulet too.
Impossible.
I know that the amulet for the 2-piece gives faster run walk. That might be worth putting on right now.